Departure 6. Startled by the suddenness of it all, Heavenly showed a burst of reluctance as his throat went dry. So fast. Bai Yin slightly nods, her heart equally as reluctant to leave. But dragging this out won't change a thing. It would only make the situation worse by increasing the risk. Father, we'll see each other again. When me and Deetsong think of a way, we will come back to you. A bittersweet flavor filled the man's mouth over the last sentence. It's okay, you don't need to make it sound so sad like I'm never going to see you again. Go clean yourself up first, then I'll take you to the exit. Okay. Giving one last glance at her old man, Bai Yin doesn't linger and walked outside like a strong-willed woman. However, that strong facade deflated the second she was out of sight and standing before the open sun. She doesn't like this one bit. This was the first time their family managed to get together for once, and now they're separating again. There's no way her mood wouldn't be affected, especially when they had to leave Heavenly behind in this domain where enemy forces could come and go without a moment's notice. Gritting her teeth in frustration. If my guess is correct, the reason me and Ling Yan were able to cross over to the Heavenly domain is specifically because of that flaming bead. It probably activated because of the outer domain's energy that seeped into the demon realm from the first attack. But why did it send us to Father's own domain? Unlike the main worlds where the spiritual particles are all neutral in nature, these domains on the other hand are all tuned to their respective creators. Take Heavenly's domain for example. It's aligned to his signature, so everyone residing in this world are all practicing abilities similar to his. That's why she's in a hurry to leave. Bai Yan's afraid the flaming bead was powered by some other form of energy found only in the outer domains. Since a recent invasion force had attacked, there are bound to be a lot of residual life force floating around beyond their eyes to see. Imagine the worst happening without their knowledge and her daughter bursts into a pyre. That would be a nightmare. No. I won't let that happen. I won't let anything hurt my sweet darling. Thinking of this, Bai Yan's reluctance promptly dissipated and transformed into a stern and powerful air that propelled her to move forward. She's not walking slow but fast and precise in her strides. Ling Yan's song, both of you go clean up and pack your things, we're leaving right away. Bai Yan's voice reached over to the courtyard before she even arrived at where the kids were playing. Mother, are we going now? But what about grandfather? Did we figure out a way to leave with him? Shaking her head. No, we will leave first. Your grandfather can't come yet. Grandfather's not leaving? There's a sense of disappointment in the pipsqueak's voice. I thought we would all leave together. Tasting bitterness in her mouth as well, Bai Yin could relate to her daughter's damped mood. I'm sorry, sweetie, we still haven't found a method yet. We've dragged this trip for some time now, so we must go back to your father's side. In addition, we can look for a way to help from the demon realm with your father. It won't be long before we reunite with your grandfather. I promise, okay? Sure enough, those reassuring words dispersed the damp mood in the air and raised the spirit of the baby girl. Then let's go, mother, I know father will have a way. He's so strong and powerful, father will definitely find a way. Giving her daughter a rub on the head, Bai Yin then shifts her attention to the other child. Song, your grandfather likely won't be able to come with us. I believe you should go tell him yourself about our departure. I don't know when we will be able to come back. Demon Realm. Ji Song nodded and trotted her legs over in the direction of the Elder Council's quarter. Ling Yan, you two, go clean yourself up and we will head out soon. Bai Yin turns to the pipsqueak and orders, her eyes a mixed bag of emotions. Demon Realm. The blood moon continued to blanket over this world, thus giving it a tense vibe due to the two opposing forces on the current battlefield. Batty father, we are going to look for mother after we finish off these people, right? Next to the young teen stood a peerless man that oozed with a mighty air of a king, making a bloodthirsty smile as he spoke. This should be the last batch. Once we settle the problems here, we will go find your mother for sure. As soon as he heard this, Bai Shachen's eyes promptly lit up with joy. He hasn't seen his mother and sister for months, and if it weren't for these people repeatedly coming to attack, he would have long run off to search for them. Thankfully, the new arrivals are growing weaker and weaker. Presumably, the strongest have died in the initial wave and now the remaining forces are probably the weaklings that could be dealt with by the demon elders. Shachen, let me see what you can do now. If you can't protect yourself, then you are not qualified to protect the woman you love the most. Song did not rush to test his son, but instead gazed down at the now maturing steam bun for an adequate reply. Mother is my most beloved person. I will rely on my own ability to protect her for a lifetime. The steam bun's eyes became heavier and heavier as he slowly raised his hand. Then from thin air, a sword materializes from nothing to fall into his grasp that vibrated at contact. He's still small, but the brisk wind that's blowing against his little figure didn't make him appear weak. Instead it emphasized his determination and will. Smiling with pride in his face, Song was pleased by his son's reaction. This is my son, the prince of the demon realm. If he doesn't have the skill, then how is he supposed to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Yan Yan? A burst of wind explodes out of Bai Xiaqin's little figure then as he pointed his weapon at the drawing wave of foes. He's no longer the innocent and naive child from way past after the experience over the past few months, but rather a miniature version of his old man, the Demon King that rules all of Demon Kin. You people repeatedly refused to listen, coming to make trouble time and time again. It's one thing to attack the demon realm. What's worse and unforgivable is causing me to be separated from Mother's side for several months. I won't forgive any of you. For Bai Xiaqin, the most sinful crime was, and would always be, separating him from Bai Yan. He has mommy issues, and it would be years before the boy come to terms with this fact. Reunion 1. Those foes in the front undoubtedly noticed what Song was doing. With a sneer, they immediately charged at the young one to make this Demon King regret that foolish decision. Little Rice, let's go. Abrupt and out of place, Bai Xiaqin's juvenile voice resonated through the night and signaled his partner to move. Little Rice, who's been standing behind the boy, heard this of course and promptly began his transformation. Bigger and bigger, the young man now grew into a giant white tiger that could make any foe tremble in fear at his mighty stature. But this alone wouldn't be enough to bring waves to this enormous battle, would it? Like the two who now joined the fight, the other three sacred beasts also attacked at the boy's signal. Raining down hellfire from the sky by Suzaku, drowning the foolish with the water by Black Turtle, and incinerating the damned by lightning at Xing Yi's the dragon's command, the field has become a wrecking ball of blood and gore. During this entire time, Song never once lifted a finger to help, not to his subordinates nor to his boy. He was proud to see how effective his son performed in a real battle. For that, he won't fight yet unless he deemed the enemy too much for. However, not everyone felt the same way as this Demon King, who wanted to use this opportunity to test his boy. Xiaowan, the demon princess, appeared worried to the core, as she watched the blood of the attackers stain her niece's face and clothes. She's already lost so much. Therefore this didn't sit well with her heart. I really don't know what Big Bro is thinking. How can he let Xiaqin take such a risk? Even if the four sacred beasts are fighting beside him, it's still too dangerous. What if he gets hurt? Not only will sister-in-law not forgive him, I won't be able to forgive myself. Every time Little Rice leaped forward with Bai Xiaqin on his back, the demon princess would skip a beat in her heart and want to rush over to help. Auntie Xiaowan, Jintian the little glutton pulls at the girl's sleeve, his baby face curious and naive. Why is father making Big Brother fight those people alone? I'm worried he's covered in so much blood. Looking down at the little glutton in her arms, Xiaowan could barely smile since she found this topic uncomfortable to discuss. Don't worry, Jintian, it's not your big brother's blood but someone else's. Your father is training Xiaqin by having him fight. Is that so? The little glutton turns back to his older brother every day, turned the small head, continued to look at the white morning, his eyes twinkling starlight full of envy. Big Brother is so strong, after I also want to become as strong as Big Brother. He wants to fight alongside his big brother, but since he's so weak, there's no way his old man would let him go up there. But when he grows up though, he would definitely join his brother's side during a battle. Xiaowan's heart could melt after hearing that proclamation. Pinching the boy's cheek, she's all smiling at this lovely nephew of his. Reunion 2. Don't worry, you will definitely grow to be as strong as your big brother. Really? Jintian's eyes shined with sparkles at the support. Auntie, when I grow up I will protect you. Xiaowan couldn't help but chuckle. It will be a very long time still before you grow old enough, you silly. No, it won't be long. Jintian shakes his head like a rocking drum to refute that claim. I heard Big Brother was already roaming the world with Mother when he was 5. When I turn 5 I too will be old enough to fight. Biting his thumb, that appearance couldn't get any more cuter. I'm already 2 this year, there's only 3 years left. Auntie, wait 3 years for me. Afterwards, I will be able to protect you. Big Brother said I must be a man, which means I need to shoulder the responsibility of protecting the girls of the family too. Since Auntie is a girl too, I will protect her when I grow up. Di Xiaowan couldn't take it anymore, and began smooching the little glutton's cheek repeatedly. It's too lovely, the best thing she's ever heard from a kid in all her life. Then Auntie here will wait for that day. You are too sensible. After State Teacher's death, this moment would be one of the brightest for the Demon Princess. There's been too many sad events lately, so she needed this lift up. You Auntie, you're making my face all icky. Wiping his face with that cheek, pouting in displeasure. Bug Brother said a man can only kiss the woman they like. Since I already gave Mother my heart, only Mother can kiss me. Twitching in the corner of her mouth, the Demon Princess almost wanted to cry foul. When did Jin Tian learn to be so sweet in his way of speaking? He's literally a second Bai Xiaochen in the making. But it does make sense now that I thought about it. Big Bro and sister-in-law are both outstanding people. It's no wonder their children is so good as well. Oh, I'm so envious. However, their little play did not last for long. After another louse explosion brought their attention back to the battlefield. It was the steam bun making another charge at the main forces of the attackers. The young teen was sweeping through their ranks. Bai Xiaochen had slain more foes than he could ever count by this point. And finally, the last enemy had fallen to his sword with that final slash. Turning around, he returns to Ditsong's side after sheathing the blade into the scabbard. Xiaochen. Di Xiaowan didn't wait and ran over first to examine her nephew's health. Thankfully, there's nothing wrong with the boy according to her assessment aside from the amount of blood covering that robe. I'm glad you're all right. Bai Xiaochen returns with a smile at her over-panicking aunt. Auntie, you are worrying too much. See, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry about me because I've grown up now. He's almost 9 years old now, no longer a kid that needs to be babied like his younger siblings. You little rascal, you will always be a child to your auntie here. Di Xiaowan puckers her lips to make herself look disappointed. Wait until you take a wife, then I will say you are grown up. Reunion 3. Bai Xiaochen's little face turned a couple of notches darker. After a moment of silence, I don't want a wife, I only want to be with my sister and mother. Oh. Di Xiaowan grinned mischievously. Then I ask you, does Dragoni have a pink piglet hanging around her lately? You mean Molly? What about him? Molly was originally a pet picked up by Molly Shang, who appeared out of nowhere one day. Turns out they weren't just some random strange, but a twist of fate that went back lifetimes. Take the winged piggy. His clan had a mission to protect Dragoni. Since the piggy's entire race has died out, the task naturally now fell upon him. However, due to the event of Bai Yan disappearing and Dragoni being unable to find her mother after awakening in that secret place, the pair separated for a while during the Celestial Realm War. But news travels fast. Molly recently got wind of Dragon returning to the Demon Realm. That's why the piggy secretly snuck away from his owner and hung around the Dragoness and wouldn't leave. It's nothing. I just feel that the pig and Dragoni are getting way too close. They're practically inseparable. I wonder what your mother would think about this. Isn't Dragoni her favored daughter-in-law? Aren't you afraid of the girl being snatched away by the piggy? Bai Xiaochen was silent again, his face getting a little troubled. Molly is Dragoni's guard, and I don't want to marry a wife. Oh, but I don't think their relationship is that simple. Perhaps they're very close in fact. Bai Xiaochen's face got darkly grim. Auntie, can you stop talking about this matter? And that has nothing to do with me. I'm starting to wonder if Father is the one who sent you over, tricked me into leaving Mother's side. Father? Di Xiaowan made a puzzled face. This little guy. Didn't he always call his old man Batty Father? Why the sudden change? Firming up on his young little face. Auntie, I have grown up already. Since I'm a grown-up, it's only normal that I change the way I address Father. I'm not a 5-year-old baby anymore. The Demon Princess couldn't help but twitch in the face over that statement. What difference is there between a 5 and 9 years old? Aren't you still a child anyways? Father, the steam bun then turns to Ditsong. I have dealt with these people, can we go look for mother now? I alone am enough in looking for your mother. You stay at home and wait for me. The Demon King nonchalantly states this with a radiant smirk. Didn't you say we will go together? Why won't you let me go with you? The arrangement made the steam bun very unhappy. He misses Bai Yan so much, yet his father won't take him along. You've grown up now, so you can't stick to your mother like you used to. That's what you said just now, isn't it? Grown-ups don't stick around their parents all the time. They must learn to do things on their own. Bai Xiachen dropped his jaws in stunned silence. Did I just smash my own feet? Quickly coming back to reality at the dreaded situation he himself created. Actually, I'm still a baby. Who's not a baby in front of their mother? Suddenly from out of the blue, Bai Xiachen's figure went stiff as a rock. He felt something. To be exact, its two familiar energy signatures quickly making their way over to his location. Turning his head in the direction like a robot, he stares hard to make out the contour of the two. Father, am I hallucinating? Isn't that mother and little sister? Reunion 4. Ditsong's sight followed his son's gaze and landed on that magnificent figure of his wife. Immediately that stern and lecturing face disappeared, replaced by a warm and gentle light flowing forward from within. You're back. Bai Yan didn't respond to her husband's tender words though. Instead, she scanned the battlefield to take in everything that's happening. Then as soon as her eyes fell upon the teen that's been covered in blood, the Demon Queen's composure crumbled and got all anxious. Xiachen, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? She grabs his shoulder and nervously examined him from top to bottom. Blooming with the brightest smile that could overshadow the most dire of nights, the boy finally revealed a happiness he's been withholding since that dreadful day. Don't worry, mother, these bloodstains are all other people's. See, I'm perfectly fine. But even if the steam bun said that to assure his mother, Bai Yan's heart didn't settle and continued her examination. Only when she's confirmed his condition to its fullest does she relent. Thank goodness he's all right. No one knows this, but the Demon Queen's heart nearly popped out of her own chest there when she saw the blood-stained-looking sight of her eldest son. In all her years, she's never allowed the steam bun to be harmed, not ever. Ditsong continued to wait from his spot, but after being repeatedly ignored, this dominant man finally grew irritated and thought exercising his own son so he would buzz off at his important reunion. Yen. Reaching out with a hand, the Demon King tyrannically brings his wife into his embrace to show who's in charge. You don't have to be afraid. If I'm here, nothing will happen to him. In actual fact, Ditsong believed that a boy getting hurt once in a while didn't amount to anything, hence his decision to send the steam bun into battle. Besides, his focus never left the boy during the actual fighting. Even if Bai Xiachen did get into lethal danger, he would have intervened at the last moment to ensure his safety. It's good that everything's all right. Bai Yan's mood finally calmed down after that statement. Leaning her head in against her husband's chest, she felt secure and happy after being away for so long. Ditsong, our children are my wife, all three of them. They're her driving force. Only by becoming stronger would she be able to preserve their peace. Father, mother is likely tired. You should take her back for rest after such a long, arduous journey. I will take care of my little brother and sister during this period. Bai Xiachen couldn't ignore the heartache in his own chest, after seeing how exhausted his own mother has become. Mother is already very tired, and I scared her with my appearance just now. If she doesn't go back and rest, then she might really faint. Ditsong didn't argue with that logic because he felt the same way. Picking up his wife into a princess hold, the Demon King slowly strode towards the palace. Big sister, can you play with me? It's unknown when this occurred, but while everyone was busy primarily watching the departing backs of the two lovebirds, Jitian the little glutton had somehow found his way over to Jisong's side and tugged at her sleeve. He's all smiles and hopeful in his chubby face. Jisong, who came here for the first time, naturally felt intimidated by the new environment. However, this sudden intrusion onto her personal space by a grinning baby boy left her all uncomfortable and awkward. Nevertheless, she quickly pulled her hand away and stepped back. Reunion 5. Jisong doesn't like being close to people. As for why she's able to speak with Ling Yan before, that's only because she's a girl and about her age. But this little guy, she doesn't know him, nor has she any experience in dealing with the opposite sex. Big sister, Why are you ignoring me? Looking all wronged, Jean Tion the little glutton moves forward in an attempt to grab that hand pathetically. Ji-song couldn't take that face and hurried turned to the pipsqueak for help. Without a single word first, Ling Yan snapped and slapped the hand of her twin brother away. Big sister Song is my friend, you're not allowed to scare her. That harsh lecturing only made the boy more pathetic in the face. Rubbing the back of his hand as it hurts, he gets all sobby in the nose. But I want to play with her. Not allowed. Forking her arms around the waist, Ling Yan makes a very fierce face. She does not know you, so you're not allowed to force her, do you understand? This guy is clearly my older brother. How come it feels like I must teach him everything? What if he scares Sister Song away? If that happens, then I won't have any friends again. Does that mean I can play with her after we get acquainted? Jean Tion instantly perked up and asked with a broad smile, nodding after a brief thought. I guess. Only after you're familiar with her, understand? Okay. Jean Tion cheers in delight at the go-ahead, turning back to his new target. Big sister, if you be my friend, I can let you have all my toys aside from the delicious foods. In the baby boy's view, the number one importance remains to be the food he gets from the kitchen. Everything else becomes secondary in his world. Unfortunately, aside from those snacks and foods he saved in hindsight, the boy didn't have anything else to offer, which made his promise mute. Flushing red from the conversation, Ji-song appears awkward and unsure of how to reply to that olive branch. Second brother, you mustn't pester her like this. Here, I'll let you play with my pet instead. After a second of rummaging, Ling Yan brings out the snoozing Chi-Chi from her pocket. This is little Chi-Chi, he's my new pet and partner. Be nice to him, okay? You can't bully him. Chi-Chi was originally soundly asleep when he got disturbed by the ruckus. However, he never would have thought of the horror that awaited him after rubbing his dozy eyes awake. Specifically, it's a baby face of the chubby proportion. Usually that wouldn't scare the little fellow, but the boy's lips were clearly drooling. It's a chicken and it looks so tasty. Gulp. After saying this, Jean Tion made sure to swallow his saliva to pull back in the fluid quickly dripping out of his mouth. Chi-Chi. Squealing in fright, the poor bird jumped in fear and puffed up his feathery furs. You don't have to be afraid, Chi-Chi. He won't eat you. Ling Yan understood her partner's woes and patted that head to console him. Once she's done that, the pipsqueak then follows up with a slap across Jean Tion's head from the rear. You are not allowed to scare my little partner, nor are you allowed to eat him. Rubbing the back of his head in an aggrieved manner, Jean Tion shrinks his head in. Big brother, how come Ling Yan is so mean after she took a trip? Reunion 6. Girls being a little bit fierce and mean. Isn't that normal? Bai Xiaoqin's eyes were full of doting light. Besides, Ling Yan is so cute even when she's acting all fierce. Jean Tion the little glutton didn't feel the same way though and felt wronged by the maltreatment. In his mind, this version of his twin sister wasn't right. She's more like a volcano ready to erupt. A totally different person from that mild-tempered sister he knew. Chi-Chi, it's then the golden chicklet took this opportunity and jumped off of the pipsqueak's hand. Hiding behind the girl's back, he only shows his head out while staring at the little glutton, which promptly drew more attention. Chi-Chi. You're so noisy, little Chi-Chi. Dissatisfied in her face, she pouts those cheeks up. I already told you my second brother won't hurt you. Why are you squealing so much for? Controlling his own frantic emotion, Chi-Chi remains vigilant at the little glutton like he's going to pounce while he's not looking. The reasoning. That's obvious. The drooling face from Jean Tion didn't escape his memory. Someone that drools are the type that likes to eat, and the type that likes to eat wouldn't listen to reasoning when they bite. But I still prefer playing with big sister there. Jean Tion bemoans at his twin sister. Then you will need her agreement. Second brother, we are not young anymore. You need to be more mature and sensible. Forcing others to play with you isn't right. Ling Yan's voice got serious and she began lecturing her counterpart like a good teacher. This time Jean Tion went all quiet as he locked onto Ji-song with beaming flashes of light from those eyes. You are still small, Ling Yan. Bai Xiaoqin caresses his little sister's head, those eyes gentle and doting. Even if another 2 decades pass, you will still be big brother's little sister. A child that needs his protection for life. When meeting her older brother's gaze, The pipsqueak finally revealed her sunshine-like smile. Stretching out those arms. Big brother hugs. Imagine having a little sister that's soft, cuddly and cute, asking you for a hug. Would you do it? Of course you would. Crouching down with all the sibling love he could muster, Bai Xiachen happily picks up the baby girl to discover she's a little heavy. Ling Yan has grown again. You're heavier than I remember. That's because I have grown up now, big brother. Giggling with delight, the pipsqueak fiddles with the boy's hair as she spoke. And I also saw grandfather. Grandfather? Bai Xiachen appears startled by the word. It's true that it's been a lot of days since he saw their grandfather. He too misses him. Why didn't grandfather come back with you? From within the bright eyes of the pipsqueak came a puzzled light. I don't know, mother said. Grandfather is unable to leave with us for the time being. Only mother knows the specifics. Hearing this, Bai Xiachen didn't press for the details and instead shifted his sight onto the new girl Ji Song. In reaction to this attention, Song herself shyly looked away to avoid eye contact. Sure, they're the same age, but the majestic air of royalty could not be denied in the steambun's existence anymore. He's grown and matured. Ling Yan, who is she? You mean Sister Song? Ling Yan giggles with delight at the opportunity to introduce her new friend. She is a good friend I met at grandfather's home. Mother healed her illness, so she's with us now. Big brother, you mustn't let the others bully her, okay? Reunion 7. Alright, I'll send an order down later so that none is allowed to bully your good friend. Big brother is the best. Clinging onto the steambun's neck, Ling Yan's smile was more brilliant than the sun itself. I love big brother the most. What about me, about me? Jean Tian immediately got anxious after hearing that from his twin sister, tugging at her sleeve. Ling Yan not like me anymore? His tone sounded very aggrieved, like he's ready to cry if she says no. Looking down at her twin brother with a mischievous grin. Of course I like second brother too. Even if second brother snatches my food away, bully little Chi Chi, I still like second brother. Chi Chi nearly rolled off the pipsqueak's shoulder after that statement. What does she mean by that? Does she think I am so easily bullied by others? The little fluff feather wanted to erupt at the indignation. However, right as Chi Chi's about to protest, Bai Xiachen's menacing gaze shot over and deflated his air instantly, patting his poor chest as he heaves heavily at the pressure. So scary. Why is the little mistress's second brother so mischievous and wants to eat me? Then there's this big brother of hers. He's so scary that my heart nearly leaped out there when he glanced over. Quivering all over, Chi Chi uses his tiny little wings to cover his head in an attempt to lower his own existence. Ling Yan is so good. Restoring his gentle and doting face, Bai Xiachen's demeanor right now only appears when he's beside his sister and mother. If it's anyone else, he would only make that cold menacing expression as he did to the bird. Big brother, I'm getting sleepy. Rubbing her drowsy eyes. I want to sleep. Okay. Big brother will take you home to sleep. Sweeping his gaze over the demon soldiers present, he spoke with authority and power. I'm leaving the cleaning of the battlefield to you all. Do not leave any body parts behind. I do not want the field to smell like rot when I come to inspect later. Understood, Prince. The leading demon commander complies by punching his chest plate in accordance with the order. Frowning in the face, the steam didn't like the title of being called the prince at all. He's used to being addressed by name or something cuter. But what other option do I have? Jean Tian remains too young, so he can't shoulder the responsibility yet. Only a few more years later, then he could toss the burden on that twerp. By then, I will be able to bring Ling Yan with me and follow mother and father around through the world. Without knowing he's already been sold by the one he idolized, Jean Tian the little glutton continues to follow from behind with his toddling legs. However, the boy didn't forget to cast another look towards Song, who also stood next to him. Of course, his instincts told him to reach out to hold the sister's hand so she would play with him, but the lecture from the twin sister reigned supreme and snapped him out of the moment. Big sister, don't be afraid. Making a broad smile like a dote. I'm not a bad person. Taken aback at first, Ji Song gradually looked over to the boy with uncertainty. However, that uncertainty quickly turned into hilarious laughter after seeing the dumb and silly face the boy's making. Realizing she's lost her composure and acted in a rude manner, the girl swiftly pulled herself together and returned to her embarrassed state. Still making that dumb-looking face, the little glutton didn't realize he just made a hit on a female. Big sister, your laugh. It's so beautiful. Ji-song inwardly gasped at the comment. Ling Yan also said something like that before. There's no lie in the little glutton's innocent comment. The girl really does look good when she's smiling, however. Her illness had kept her from realizing this fact until now, so it's good others are staring to say this more often around her. Of course, she still pales in comparison to Ling Yan and Bai Yan, that's a fact. Biting his thumb in hesitation, Jin Tian suddenly did something out of expectation by reaching into his pocket and pulling out a object. To be specific, it's a pastry the boy had saved from earlier, and he's offering it to the girl like a rose bouquet. Reunion 8. This is the laurel cake mother made for me. Auntie used a special spell to preserve it for me. I'll give you this piece to eat. His eyes were full of reluctance when trying to move away from the pastry. Seeing the sort of face Jin Tian was making, Ji-song immediately shook her head. No, you eat it. No, big sister, you take it. Once mother takes a break, she will make more for me. Despite saying that, the drooling saliva coming out of his mouth said it all, that a person's words are not always the truth. In reality, even if Bai Yan does make more cake for him, it wouldn't matter. Di Xiaowan, the demon princess, would immediately confiscate everything to save for later. The reasoning? It's because the aunt was afraid the boy would get a tooth cavity from eating so many sugary sweets. This laurel cake was his portion for the day, meaning he won't get any more until tomorrow. Seeing how determined the boy was about giving this gift, Ji-song knew it was better to accept it. Placing the cake to her mouth, the girl takes a small bite to discover the wonders of this fantastic object. It's sweet and smooth to the tongue, an experience she's never encountered before in the monarch manner. This was truly delicious. Big sister, how is it? Jin Tian asks with hopeful light in those eyes. Flushing red from the attention, Ji-song murmurs her answer. It's delicious. Really? Jumping with glee. Then can you play with me later? I don't have any company here in the demon realm. Meeting the boy's gaze for the first time since their meeting, Ji-song found herself unable to reject him. Okay. First reason being that she already accepted his gift, so it's only proper she returns the favor. The second being she doesn't want to be a shut-in anymore. That's awesome. Jin Tian became a beet red due to the excitement. This laurel cake is worth it. At least now this big sister will play with me. Let's go, I will show you around. Without ulterior motive, Jin Tian smoothly winded his hand around Song's and toddled the way forward towards the palace. Demon Palace. Right now Dragoni was making a bored face as she plopped her chin against both palms. However, this innocent face was currently sitting atop of a man dressed in a tight-fitting black suit. He's likely an enemy that tried to sneak into the palace during the battle to carry out some sort of mission, but was stopped by the dragoness when she caught him. Dragoni, shouldn't we go check out the battlefield outside? A milky-looking doll of a baby asks from the side, his face surprisingly cute despite being half naked and only wearing a doo-doo, Chinese underwear. I'd like to go too, said Dragoni as she glanced down at the man she's sitting atop of, but we have to keep an eye on the palace. What if another person sneaks into here and makes trouble? Who would protect Mother's home? We can't let that happen. Molly the winged piggy nods in his human form, toddling over to jump atop of the unconscious assailant. Dragoni, I'm just wondering, but do you like the queen more, or do you prefer the prince more? The dragoness didn't need to think at all in answering. Of course it's Mother. She gave me a new life, and for that I am forever grateful. She will always be the most important person in my life. His Highness Xiachen can only be second in line. Oh. Molly scratches the back of his in confusion due to not understanding. From his point of view, Dragoni cares a lot about the prince, so it doesn't really match up with the girl's claim. What's more, he could feel the dislike coming off of the prince when he's around Dragoni during the pair's interaction. He's like a third leg that shouldn't be there when the two are together. Dragoni, am I ugly? Molly suddenly decides to ask this after a thought. Does the prince not like flying piggies? No, he doesn't. Dragoni turns to her companion with a look of confusion. Why are you asking this for? I've felt that for a while now. The prince doesn't like me very much. Why? Am I not cute? Or is it because I'm not a girl? Di Xiaowan's decision 1. Exactly right. As Dragoni wanted to reply to Molly's question, the girl suddenly saw the two familiar figures slowly coming in from the outside. Quickly getting up with the excitement on that face, she rushes over to their location. Mother! Dragoni, what are you doing here? Bai-Yen didn't expect to find her adopted daughter here in the palace with only Molly by her side. She expected at least some sort of protection. Mother, I'm here to guard the palace. I was afraid someone might try sneaking in here while the battle was taking place outside. You see, I caught this guy who was acting all creepy in the shadows. Dragoni then stomped down at her unconscious victim to emphasize the point. I knocked him out, Mother. What should we do with him? Following the indicated finger's direction, the Demon Queen's sight fell upon the unmoving person lying on the ground. Deetsong, call someone to take this guy away to the dungeon. I want to find out the reason for their attack on the demon realm. The Demon King didn't do that though. Instead, he wrapped his hands around the woman's waist and explained, I've caught several people like this one before, but no matter what I did, they wouldn't talk. I doubt this guy would talk either. Bai-Yen merely smirked at the idea of a prisoner that wouldn't talk. Take this pill, Deetsong, it will make him spill everything that he knows. After saying this, Bai-Yen took out a porcelain bottle from her storage ring and handed it over to her husband. Okay, I'll go right away. The Demon King happily reached over to take the drug, but not before giving a peck on her cheek before readying to leave. Wait for me in the bedchamber, it won't take long. His voice was hoarse and magnetic, having the power of drawing the opposite sex over to him in the most seductive manner. Alarmed by the remark, Bai-Yen promptly stops him with a finger on the lip. Stop it, there are children around. It's okay, they don't understand. Deetsong grinned with his teeth showing. That appearance dumb and silly for what's to come tonight. Dragoni obediently nodded her head in compliance as well. Mother, father is right, I don't understand anything, you can continue doing that. Molly, we're leaving, let's go. Pretending like she's not heard anything, the young lass rushed out of the courtyard with her baby companion who toddled from behind. The battle is over, Big Brother Xiaochen must be back as well. Whenever this dragoness thought about her steam bun, the girl would always have a smile on that face. Even though she herself doesn't realize this yet, her heart's clearly drawn towards the boy. Deetsong. Bai-Yen felt tarnished and embarrassed at the way they're behaving. Gnashing her teeth. Hold yourself back when we're in front of the kids. Indeed, Molly doesn't understand what they were doing, but Dragoni was not a child. She fully understood the meaning behind Deetsong's last comment. Ignoring the annoyance in his wife's face, Deetsong leans in and kisses her like a tyrant to douse those flames. It's always worked before, so he figured it would work again, thus causing their bodies to mingle together in the most sweaty and suffocating manner. If not for the unconscious victim coughing and moaning after regaining his senses after a while, the pair likely could have gone at it till the end of times. Di Xiaowan's decision to be good and wait for me to come back, miss you. The man's ambiguous voice vibrated through her ears, tingling and numbing her senses. Naturally, Bai-Yen got black lines running through her face over the man's antics. Even after all these years, she still has trouble handling her husband's shocking words and out-of-nowhere lustful surge. This guy, seriously. No matter the time of day, he can be so utterly ignorant of common sense. Thank goodness Dragoni and Molly left on their own, otherwise. Oh no, what if we end up teaching the kids all our naughty things without realizing it? What if we taught Ling Yan and Jin Tian without noticing? Understanding he's rattled his wife enough with those teases, Deetsong lets go and locks onto the man on the ground had begun to stir. What's your purpose here? He speaks with an air of murderous intent. The black-masked assailant sneered as he struggled to crawl up. I would never say. It does not matter what you do to me. I won't reveal the purpose of our attack. Smirking at the expected reply, Deetsong didn't get angry and got increasingly more dangerous as he played with the porcelain bottle in his hand. Deetsong, don't give him the drug here. I'm afraid the after effects. Bai-Yen purses her lips into a thin line. I'm afraid the after effects will scare a lot of people. After hearing this, Deetsong's legs stopped, his sight swinging around to meet the woman. Okay, I will find another place that's quieter. Standing under the blood-colored moonlight, a certain young lass was standing at the main gate of the palace staring off into the distance like she's waiting for someone. Dragoni, when will His Highness the Prince return? Yawning due to the boredom of standing around, Molly rubs his drowsy eyes. I don't know, but if the king is back then Big Brother Xiasen must be coming back too. If Bai Yen was the dazzling sun of this world, Dragoni would surely be the enchanting rose. She may be young in appearance still, but the style and air unique to herself was definitely starting to show seductively. It's then during their conversation a familiar aura caught the girl's senses. Lighting up in the eye at the familiar figure, she smiles broadly as she waves her hand into the air to welcome the young teen. Big Brother Xiachen. Likewise, the steam bun also noticed the girl waving at himself. However, before he could react by waving back, Di Lingyan, who was sitting on his arm, suddenly jumped down and ran at the dragoness. Sister Dragoni, I'm back. As always, the pipsqueak was friendly towards those she's on good terms with. A bit taken aback by the sudden peachy girl who had thrown herself at her legs, Dragoni had to spend a moment to process everything. Immediately, she reaches down to keep the baby girl from falling over due to the excitement of their reunion. Sister Dragoni, how come you only noticed my big brother and not me? Di Lingyan pouts after being lifted up. Just now, she was clearly riding on her big brother's arm, so it made no sense for her sister Dragoni not to notice her existence. Am I not cute enough that she would overlook me? You're too small still, that's why I didn't notice you. Dragoni rubs the baby's head in a cheerful manner as her excuse. Is that really the case? Doubtful still, the pipsqueak chews on her thumb like she's being tricked. Suddenly, the pipsqueak's line of sight caught a glimpse of Molly in his human form, blinking those big blue eyes. Sister Dragoni, who is this little brother? He is so white and chubby, he's so cute. Ah, little brother. Molly immediately exploded. I have lived for many years, I am not your little brother. It's true. Molly may appear to be a baby boy in his human form, downright a newborn if must be said, but he's quite old already if counting the years he's lived. Issue was his size and appearance, he never grows. Di Xiaowan's decision 3. The pipsqueak forks her hands around the waist and gets all discontent. You are not even my height, so you must be a little brother. If you grow taller than me, then I will admit you're bigger than me. Molly found himself unable to retort against that logic. First looking down at himself, then at Di Lingyan's superior body size, he promptly deflated due to it being the truth. Is it my fault that I'm not taller? But I've clearly lived for many years. Ah. Dragoni, she's bullying me. Molly turns to tug at the dragoness's sleeve for help, his face all wronged and pitiful. Due to how small and chubby he was in his human form, the piggy was so darn cute that it's a sin not to cuddle him. Bai Xiachen reacted instantly to this picture. For some reason beyond his understanding, the demon prince didn't feel well inside over the piggy entangling himself with Dragoni. Maybe it's because I've taken Dragoni as my real sister, that's why I don't want a stinking boy by her side. Bai Xiachen's finally let up over that pretentious reasoning. Immediately, he shot that intimidating stare towards Molly, who did no wrong in this situation. You keep your distance from Dragoni. Molly naturally didn't understand what he did, so his already wronged heart became even sadder. Why? Dragoni is still young, that's why I must protect her. You are a boy, and boys will try to abduct her. This Molly is too sticky, often wrapping himself behind Dragoni's back. Doesn't he know the difference between man and woman? The stinking brat will probably follow her to the toilet too if he could. What is abduction? Molly blinks his eyes in a puzzled manner. Bai Xiachen instantly deflated as the air squeezed out of him. You wanting to protect Dragoni is a good thing, but you are too sticky and clingy to her. It's making me doubt your motives for something else. Like right now, the palace won't have any danger that could possibly harm her. Why do you keep following her everywhere with that in mind? Not to mention, your strength is nowhere close to being as strong as hers. How are you supposed to protect her then? Molly scratched the back of his head, finding the logic of the princely steam bun reasonable. Nevertheless, he still doesn't want to leave Dragoni knowing he's not much help. Dragoni, did mother go back to rest yet? Bai Xiachen turns away from the piggy boy and asks the girl instead, nodding her head. Mother is resting inside the bedchamber, and father is currently out interrogating the prisoner. That's good then. Lingyan is likely tired too, so I'll take her inside for rest. Also, Jean Tian will bring another girl back with him as well. She's a friend of Lingyan, so help her settle in, will you? Okay. Dragoni nods again like an obedient child. In light of this, Bai Xiachen didn't relent and shot another look at Molly as a warning before slowly heading inside. Big brother, Di Lingyan suddenly spoke up after they were halfway inside. Do you not like that little brother? I think he's cute. It's not that I don't like him. He doesn't hate Molly, it's just, every time he saw him sticking to Dragoni, he would inexplicably get all annoyed and irritated. I got it. The pipsqueak breaks out into a jolly giggle. That is because the little brother is constantly pestering around Sister Dragoni. Big brother is afraid he will snatch her away from our home, right? Bai Xiachen didn't verbally respond to the baby girl. Instead he admitted it by simply being quiet. Don't worry, big brother. Sister Dragoni won't be snatched away and will stay with us. Also, grandfather already told me that I must not miss out on someone I like if I encounter them. Although I don't understand what grandfather really means, but from what I can tell, the little brother probably likes Sister Dragoni a lot. That's likely the reasoning for him bugging her so much. Di Xiaowan's decision for Bai Xiachen's complexion fell into a dark abyss. What did you say grandfather said? Grandfather, He said I mustn't give up if I ever encounter a man I like in the future. He told me he will also try to persuade you and father. Big brother, what does he mean by a man I like? Is it like you and father, that kind of like? Di Lingyan's eyes were moving curiously back and forth in anticipation for her older brother's explanation. She's been wondering about that for a while and needed clarity. Lingyan, Bai Xiachen gets all serious in his voice. You mustn't listen to grandfather. None of those men are good people. They will pick on you. I will also tell father about what he said and that he's teaching you the wrong stuff. How could he ever allow such a thing? Whoever dares to abduct his family's females are going to have their legs broken. Lingyan complied with that demand by making a muffled sound. But her heart didn't agree and found her grandfather's words more truthful. Then what about Sister Dragoni? She's not allowed either. Bai Xiachen stubbornly attempts to squash any of the flames that are growing. If someone tries to take Dragoni, then I'll break their leg. Molly is young still, perhaps he doesn't have any motive, but what about after he grows older? Nothing was certain. Lingyan, you mustn't listen to grandfather from now on. Let's go back and rest. I'm sure you're tired after being on a long journey. Okay. The pipsqueak gets all quiet and leans in against her older brother's back as she gets carried. Since she's so small and tiny, her weight wasn't all that big. However, the boy too was nothing but a child. Therefore, it does put a strain on his body while walking towards the room. Big brother's back is so comfortable. Late into the day with the sun setting over the mountain, Bai Yin was lazily leaning against the bed as she rested. However, her peaceful moment suddenly came to a halt when the door to her bedchamber got pushed open and in came that manly figure. How did it go? Bai Yin quickly sat up and asked. He spilled everything. Ditsong happily came over and sat beside his wife's side, those hands naughty and misbehaving. I'm curious, what sort of drug is that? How come he was so afraid after I forced it down his throat? Happy to be asked, Bai Yin happily obliged the answer. That's a drug I accidentally created by mistake years ago. I call it the Great 18th Helldan pill. If someone consumes it, they will fall into an illusion of suffering in the 18th floors of hell itself. This includes all the pain, hardship, and terrible memories of his life. Oh right, the speed frame is also warped after they take it. To us an hour may have passed, but to that guy, he would have already suffered for 1,000 years in that illusion. Bai Yin pauses to tap her own chin with a finger, wondering if she should say the next part. The illusionary fantasy never stops unless someone deliberately breaks it like you did. So imagine what he must have felt like after seeing you again. It's obvious he would spill everything to avoid being stuck in that fantasy. Di Xiaowan's decision 5. Ditsong, what information did he spill? Let me hear it. Bai Yin frowns and continues to ask. Do you recognize the monarch dust from the dust frost domain? The man answers with a question of his own. Narrowing her eyes in at that detail, the demon queen could already guess where this conversation was leading. That day during the attack on the heavenly flame domain, there were a lot of people, so I don't know if they came as well. Is the matter related to place? Yes, the man confessed that he was sent by the monarch dust to steal something from the demon realm. That thing is a red bead, so I suspect the death of state teacher is related to these people from the dust frost domain. A red bead? Bai Yin blinked and thought back to examining her daughter's body, and that beady little object placed near her heart. But before the woman could exclaim due to this connection, the door to the bedchamber was once again shoved open. Standing at the doorway was Di Xiaowan, the demon princess. Her beautiful face was not elegant nor kind, but a burning rage of hatred. "You hear everything?" Ditsong didn't need to guess why his sister was so upset. Truth was, he knew the girl was eavesdropping the entire time but didn't stop it. After all, she had the right to know, since state teacher did die because of those people. She's entitled to know who the murderer was. "Brother, so the one who caused state teacher's death is that monarch Dust, you certain?" Clenching her fist, Di Xiaowan was trembling all over due to the intense emotion swelling forward. Monarch Dust. Reciting that name, the princess's eyes got all red and frightening. Despite being able to come out of the pain of loss in recent days, the ache remains, and so does the hatred. She merely hid it inside not to worry the little ones. But make no mistake, if given the opportunity, this girl would crush the ones responsible for her man's death. That's a given. With your current strength, don't mention revenge. Anyone those domains can destroy you. Don't forget, your powers are mostly gone after you marked state teacher with your beast pearl. How do you expect to avenge him in your current state? That cruel smash of reality caused the princess to freeze. Slowly closing her eyes, Di Xiaowan couldn't deny what her brother was saying. Nevertheless, the determination won't be stopped in those eyes of hers. "Brother, I must avenge him. No matter the price, I will do it." The departure of state teacher had forced this lady, who only knows how to hide behind her older brother and state teacher, to grow up overnight. She's responsible and no longer the sweet dumbaklutz that would easily trust anyone that comes her way. But the cost was her innocence, her purity. Watching this unfamiliar version of her friend, Bai Yin felt uncomfortably sour inside at what had become of this sweet girl. "Xiao Wan, can you leave this matter to us, okay?" Her tone was unusually gentle. "Believe in us, we will certainly avenge state teacher and help you find his reincarnation." Pursing her lips into a thin line, Di Xiaowan looks towards the demon queen with those tears-ridden eyes. "Sister-in-law, I also want to help. I know my enemies are mighty, but I am not afraid. I don't want to simply do nothing." Di Xiaowan's decision 6. How can I accept not doing anything when the bastard responsible for state teacher's death is found? The demon princess vows to herself not to be useless anymore. Di Song's sight lands on his younger sister, that gaze growing meaningful. "You are willing to do anything for state teacher? Not afraid of suffering? Not afraid of danger?" He remembers a few years ago he had wanted to throw this sister of his into the secret domain used by the demon realm to train. However, the lass's personality kept the girl from going forward with the plan. Now that she's suggesting something of this line on her own volition, why not take advantage of this and put her through the ordeal? "I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid of anything as long as I can avenge state teacher." She states this with firm light in those eyes. "Fine, if that's what you wish, then I got an idea. You will go through a strict period of harsh training in a special place. If you can make it through the whole ordeal, then not only will your strength increase, your beast pearl will also return. I will ask you a second time, are you certain about this?" Di Tsong narrows in his eyes until it's a thin line, making sure there was no hesitation in his sister's face. Sure enough, Di Xiaowan nods again with firm conviction. "I have decided I won't back down regardless of the danger. Brother, I will come back from the training and avenge state teacher personally." "Very well." Outside the demon realm is a portal. The space tunnel leads to a fantasy world similar to ancient times. There, monsters and savages are abundant, but likewise the rewards are also great if you can overcome the strong there. You better not regret the decision. Once you are inside that place, even I won't be able to save you in time if danger falls on your head. Ditsong gives one final warning. "Brother, you know very well state teacher died in order to protect me that day. He never cowered before the enemy. If I don't even have the courage to avenge him, then what qualifications do I have left to seek someone that is as courageous as him out again? I would be too ashamed." There are countless beads of tears flowing down the girl's face, causing a bittersweet flavor to hover in the air. "If that's your final decision, then I won't try to persuade you. I'll inform the elders later to send you. But know this, that world may be a fantasy, but dying there still applies to you. Once dead, you can never return." After hearing this, Di Xiaowan did not make any sort of fearful expression, but that didn't mean Bai Yan wasn't affected by that last comment. The Demon Queen honestly didn't want the last to head into such a dangerous world. But this was the Demon Princess's decision. She's not in a position to deny such a thing. Brother, you don't have to worry about me. I will definitely return. Even if I die, it will be after I avenge State Teacher and kill the one responsible for his death. When stating this part, the girl's fist was a tight ball of hatred. Sister-in-law, I know what you are thinking and how worried you are. You know, I've liked you since the first time we met. I was so ignorant and foolish back then. Always hiding behind your back when Big Brother scolds me. But now I know that is me being irresponsible. I cannot continue like that. I need to grow and find my own way. So let me go and do this alone, okay? Whatever happens would happen. Di Xiaowan understood her decision today, won't regret it. Bai Yan's expression eased up after that plea from the girl. Originally she intended to do something in the shadows to protect her, but it's obvious Di Xiaowan read what's on her mind. I see, but take this first. The storage bag contains all of the medicine and drugs I've made recently. Do not decline, otherwise I will not agree to you going alone. Bai Yan firmly demands this as a compromise. Di Xiaowan's decision 7. Sister-in-law. Di Xiaowan wiped some of the tears from the corner of her eyes due to how moved she was. You are so good to me. What are you talking about? I have only one sister like you, how can I not care? What's more, these are only medicine and drugs that I'm giving you. I can always make more in the future, so it's of no loss to me. Bai Yan gently pats the princess's hand to reassure her it's going to be all right. You have to remember, we are all waiting for you at home. So return to us safely, okay? Making a slight nod as a promise, Di Xiaowan had so much to say right now. Unfortunately, her emotions are best kept inward until they meet again, for this departure could mean months or even years before she returns. Mother! A soft voice suddenly came over from the outside. Bai Yan looked over and saw it was none other than her daughter Dragoni standing at the doorway. Perhaps it's due to their attention being preoccupied, but they didn't notice the young lass's arrival at all until now. Mother, can I go with Aunt Xiaowan? Dragoni asks with bright light in those eyes. Growing uncomfortable tense after that request, Bai Yan felt nervous in the heart. Why do you ask that? Didn't father explain already? That secret world is based on the ancient world. When I fell unconscious that day inside that special dimension, I believe I met my true father. The young and childish voice of Dragoni actually left Bai Yan stunned for a proper response. My real father seems to have come from ancient times, maybe. If I go into that fantasy world, I would be able to find some clues about my origin. After throwing out her reasoning, the dragoness forms the brightest smile she could muster. And I can help protect Aunt Xiaowan while I'm there. Mother, please let me go. But, Bai Yan sounded hesitant and worried. But right as the Demon Queen's about to speak, Ditsong had grabbed one of her hands to reassure her with his iconic smirk. Let the girl go. Shooting her head over to meet the man's gaze. Why? Dragoni is right. She might be able to find some clues about her origin in that fantasy world since it is based upon the real thing. I've explained before, her background is not ordinary. It's her right to pursue the truth about her life. Bai Yan didn't like how things were panning out but knew he's right. Okay. Bai Yan finally relents. She could continue to worry about her daughter's safety and try to protect her like a sheltered girl, but that would make her a horrible parent in that case. A parent must guide their child, not blindly hide them from the horrors of the world. You must pay attention to your safety. If something is wrong, leave the fantasy world immediately, understand? Ditsong responded to her demand instantly. Yin Yin, I need you to understand that fantasy world is not so simple. Once you go in, you can't come back out so easily. Bai Yan's literally skipped a beat after hearing her husband's sentence. Not easy to come back out after going in? Do you know why I didn't let Xiachen go into that place for his personal training? It's precisely because of that reasoning. I worried for his safety and ability to cope with such unpredictability. It's not a world where one can come out as they please, it needs a key. Then what key do they need to come out? Bai Yan urgently asks with worry all over the face. I do not know the exact details either. Ditsong sounds apologetic. Because that fantasy world was created long before the establishment of the demon realm, Neither or anyone here knows how it exactly works. What I can be certain of is that the key is an opportunity provided by that world. It's different every time. Di Xiaowan's decision 8. Have you been in there before? Yes, I've been to the fantasy world and I've been there twice before. Once was 1,000 years ago. Before encountering his wife another time it was 100 years ago. Every time he leaves it would require him passing the requirements set upon him by that world. Therefore, Ditsong didn't have absolute confidence in predicting the dangers or hardship that might befall those who entered. It's precisely because I've been there that I know the horror inside that fantasy world. And aside from me who entered from the demon realm, everyone else who entered it has never returned. He did not want to scare Bai Yan, but lying regarding a matter of this proportion would be incredibly stupid. Furthermore, keeping this detail from his own sister and Dragoni would be even more foolish since those two are going to be experiencing it firsthand. Big brother, you need to stop scaring me. Di Xiaowan makes a reluctant smile. I must go forward with this. It's my only chance to grow. Dragoni echoed the same opinion from her side. I'm going too. I'm not afraid of anything, and I believe I can come back. Very well. If that's what both of you have decided, then get ready to go right away. Bai Yan shows a bittersweet face. If those 3 kids find out that the both of you are going to such a dangerous place, then they will certainly try to stop you. Maybe Xiachen would even follow you into that fantasy world. Di Xiaowan promptly puffs up her chest to make a strong appearance. Big brother, I will go back and pack my things. Later, have First Elder come over at night to pick us up. Me and Dragoni can depart through the thick of night to avoid being detected by the kids. And if Ling Yan and Jin Tian ask the next morning, just tell them we went to look for state teacher's reincarnation as an excuse. Dragoni nodded in agreement. Mother, please tell brother Xiachen that I am protecting Auntie during this period. When I return, I will have incredible powers to protect everyone, including him. Bai Yan's throat felt like there's a rock inside there, choking her and strangling her of air. She's so sad and hurt by her inability to do more, that her family would have to endure such hardships. Ditsong seems to have read his wife's emotions then and promptly pulled her into an embrace. Don't worry, they'll be fine. Trust in them that they will come back alive and well. Bai Yan immediately shot a look to her man. Don't think I didn't see it, you are also worried about them. This guy is too dishonest. He clearly worries about them as much as I do, but he's still trying to comfort me and act like it's fine. Ditsong bursts out laughing before giving his wife a kiss on the lip. There won't be many dangers as long as Dragoni is there. It's okay to worry, but you mustn't let worry dictate your judgment. Bai Yan couldn't argue with that and got all quiet as she watched those two gradually disappear from her view. Oh right, Ditsong, you mentioned something about a red bead before. I know where it is. Only after Di Xiaowan and Dragoni's departure did Bai Yan recall what they were discussing. Raising an eyebrow. Have you seen it? Yes, the bead is in fact sitting quietly inside Ling Yan's heart right now. I only learned of this recently. Bai Yan's face showed a high level of concern. Do you remember that day when she went missing on the Demon Mountain? Di Xiaowan's decision 9. Ditsong's face changed suddenly. Go on. It was that day. Someone put the bead into Ling Yan's body. Following was Bai Yan's experience in the heavenly domain and the step-by-step of how she discovered their daughter's condition. The story also includes the matter of her father Yun Feng becoming heavenly flame. Even if the whole story got shortened by quite a lot, Ditsong nevertheless got the gist of things. Yin Yan, let's go check on Ling Yan. I have to make sure the bead isn't endangering her health. Okay. Bai Yan pursed her lips and nodded. Subsequently, the pair quickly left the room and headed for where the children were staying. Inside the kids' room, Bai Xiachen sat near the head of the bed as his hand gently pats the sister's head. His mouth humming a lullaby the whole time to coax the pipsqueak asleep. Di Ling Yan was indeed a little tired after the long journey. Rubbing her eyes, the child soon fell into a doze after the first yawn. Unfortunately, right at the moment where all was peaceful, the door to the room was swung open, sending the boy into alert. Thankfully Bai Xiachen recognized it was his parents, so his heart promptly eased up. Mother, father, how come both of you are here? Ling is sleeping. Not even a word to explain, Ditsong grabbed his son and threw the boy at the window. He didn't want any obstruction to his view when sending out his feelers for probing. Sure enough, the Demon King found the mentioned red bead inside his daughter's heart. It's lying quietly there with flames surrounding the surface. Thankfully, there are no signs of it exploding, so that's a relief. Father, are you looking at the bead inside my body? Di Lingyan shows a playful smile after being woken back up. You don't have to worry, I can sense the bead won't hurt me. Bead? Bai Xiaoqin's lovely face immediately turned into a frown. What bead? Mother, father, what is she talking about? Explaining to the steam bun was Bai Yan herself. Inside Lingyan's heart is a red flaming bead. I'm afraid it might hurt her. That's why I had your father come inspect it. At that moment, one could visibly see the color drain from the boy's face. He's very agitated and rattled by the news. Bead? Why does Lingyan have a bead inside her heart? Her body is so small and frail. There's no way she can withstand a burning flame inside her heart. No wonder Jin Tian mentioned his sister is different. It must be because of the influence from that bead. Although Bai Xiaoqin does find the ferocious-looking side of his little sister to be quite cute, however, in comparison to her well-being, any cuteness would need to stand aside. Retracting his senses from the girl's body, Ditsong took a moment to gather his words. For the time being it won't have any visible impact, nor do I feel any malice from the bead. Later though, Yin Yan, I can't say for certain. We need to find a way to take it out no matter what. Nothing was certain in this world. This was especially true if it's something beyond their understanding. Leaving it to chance that the bead wouldn't bring harm was completely out of the question, nor a price he could afford to pay. Mother is heaven one. Okay. Bai Yin relents and nod. She believes in the power of her husband and trusts he could cope with any hurdle that might come their way. Right, Ditsong? She seemed to have thought of something. I haven't seen Shifu and grandfather and them for a long time, so I intend to go back with the kids this time around to let them meet. Besides, she has an apprentice in the Lu Hua kingdom. Even if she hasn't been around in the human world for years by this point, she still liked the boy who reminded her of herself in the past. This time she intends to act the role of a Shifu and properly teach him something. Then take Suzaku and them with you. Wrinkling his brow at the unexpected idea, Ditsong suggests taking the sacred beasts to act as guardians in his stead. No, I'll be back soon, so there's no need. Besides, no one can threaten me if those monarchs don't show up. Don't worry, I'll be safe. Bai Yin smiles in reassurance. She's half a step into being a divine lord herself. That's the same level as those monarchs. Unless someone at her father's level show up, Bai Yin had complete confidence to defeat the enemy, or at least escape unscathed. Seeing her insistency, the Demon King knew there was nothing more to be said about that matter. Come back soon. I will. Without intention, Bai Yan's face was all smiling once she met his gaze. Mother, I want to take Dragoni with me. Bai Xiaoqin suddenly turned up between his parents' sides and popped this request. Dragoni is also my sister. I want to take her with us if we're leaving. Making a faint smile at her son's hopeful eye, Bai Yan felt guilty at what she was about to say. Dragoni can't come with us. Why? The steam bun fell into shock. Why can't Dragoni come with us? I haven't had time to tell you, so this is a good chance. Your Auntie Xiaowan has temporarily left the demon realm in search of state teacher's reincarnation. Dragoni also went with her as security since her strength has grown a lot. Auntie Xiaowan and Dragoni are gone? Bai Xiaoqin made a dazed-looking face as his mind processed this bombshell. Moments later, the emotional loss couldn't be hidden from the boy's expression. Mother? It's then Di Lingyan threw herself into Bai Yan's arms after hearing the news. When will Sister Dragon come back? I speculate. It will likely take some days. Bai Yan tried to be as vague as possible. She doesn't know when the two would return, so this was the best excuse. That's enough questions for your mother. Ditsong's brow furrowed up at the persistence of the kids and immediately shot a warning glance at his eldest. She needs to rest. Originally, the steam bun wanted to voice his displeasure at the sudden halting of their conversation, but his words were promptly stuffed back into his throat at the face his old man was making. But I haven't seen Mother for so long. Do you want another sister or not? Ditsong asked with an air of triumph. A brightness instantly shot out of the steam bun's eyes then, but that light soon dimmed after seeing the delicate face of his younger sister, who's now in Bai Yan's arms. Father, you can't keep fooling me with that anymore. I've already got Ling Yan, so I'm satisfied. Mother is heaven too. Tomorrow your mother will take you back to the human world. I only have tonight with her. Which of us do you think will have more time? Deetsong spoke down at his son with a lecturing tone. Bai Xiachen blinked and blinked. How did I forget about that? Anyway, I will have plenty of time to stick to mother after today. So what if father gets to spend some time instead of me? However, just as he was about to open his mouth, the sound of Deetsong's cheeky voice rang out again. Of course, even if your mother doesn't plan to take you back to the human world tomorrow, you boy can forget about stealing a woman from under your old man's hand. Even against his own son, the Demon King doesn't hold back and displays his dominance. The Steambun's face almost cracked as he stared in disbelief at the man whom sired his existence. Ling Yan, go stick to your brother. Deetsong unceremoniously lifted the pipsqueak from her mother's arms and threw her over to the boy instead. Nevertheless, in the face of this daughter, the dominating air that he used for the son did disperse and was replaced by the soft kind tone of a parent. Don't let him pester my wife. Ling Yan first looked upwards at her father, then at her older brother. Making a clever face with those big blue eyes, she giggled and promptly hooked her arms around Bai Xiachen's neck. Big brother, I want to hear a story. Tell me a bedtime story? The soft and crisp sound of the little milk bun instantly melted away Bai Xiachen's heart. Okay. Then Big Brother here will tell you the story about Sleeping Beauty. Sleeping Beauty? Is she beautiful? A light sparkled out of the pipsqueak's eye over the name, the face curious and childish. Nodding after a thought. Should be, but not nearly as beautiful as Mother and our Ling Yan. Really? The pipsqueaks got even more intrigued and wanted to know more. Have Big Brother seen this Sleeping Beauty? I haven't seen her, but perhaps Mother did. I heard this story from Mother when I was little. There are also many more stories like Snow White, Cinderella, and… Using the opportunity created by her daughter's stickiness to the boy, Deetsong had already dragged his wife away in a burst of speeding blur for their bedchamber. Yin Yin, I miss you so much. Since the first encounter that year, he was doomed to fall into this endless cycle of loving her. It's sad and pitiful for a man of his standing and ability, but he's relishing and loving this descent into being a wife's slave. This was especially true while they are together in bed. Whether it be him on top or his wife doing the laboring, the pair are in communication and sync of their rhythm. Mother is heaven 3. Next day. The morning light brightly shone through the crack in the windowsill, the air still lingering with the scent of the two occupants' wrestle in the night. This brought comfort to the slumbering mistress of this bedchamber. Nevertheless, it was about time she awoke from her rest after noticing the missing partner that should have been holding her body. Mother, can I come in? Just then, a young voice drifted through the closed door and sent her into a panic. She's still drowsy over the long exercise throughout the night, so the Demon Queen didn't expect this sudden intrusion. Wait! Bai Yan hurriedly shouted as she scrambled to get out of bed and got dressed. She's covered in sexual marks with that birth suit of hers, so it wouldn't do at all before her child. Coughing after covering all the evidence. Come in. The door swung open following the permission and in came the steam bun. He's dressed in the luxurious robe of royalty, giving him the air of supremacy that could quickly draw the attention of the opposite sex. Mother, father had gone out without me. He woke me up in the middle of the night and told me to pass on a message to you that he's going to find something for Ling Yan's bead. Bai Yan appears stunned in the face over this bombshell. Deetsong went looking for something to help Ling Yan? Did he already know what to do? Why didn't he tell me yesterday? If I knew, I would have gone with him. Tightly clenching her fist, she inhales deeply to calm her deteriorating mood. What else did your father say? Oh, he said not to look for him. He won't say and you won't be able to go on your own. But don't worry, father said he will be fine, so I'm sure he's not in danger. The young voice of her boy only made the Demon Queen sadder and bittersweet inside. It seems that the guy knew she would follow him, hence his reasoning for leaving without a word. Xiachen, go help me summon First Elder here. She narrowed her eyes in after giving this instruction. Bai Yin wants to get more information. Aside from Deetsong and State Teacher, First Elder had the most information since he's one of the few demons remaining from that era. Mother, it's useless. First Elder also followed father when they left. The only ones left to protect the demon realm are the 4 sacred beasts. I know Suzaku Phoenix doesn't know anything since I asked them about the matter before coming here. They don't know where father went either. Bai Xiachen hung his head in frustration, that expression pitiful and sad. Didn't you ask him yesterday? Bai Yin asks for more details since her son was the last to see her husband. I did ask. Bai Xiachen puffs his cheeks up in a pout. I did ask and refused to let him go unless he takes us with him. But guess what? Father knocked me out and ran away on his own. Mother, you say, am I really his son? Why do I always feel like I'm adopted? And it's the one-for-one type of adoption. Like how father woke me up in the middle of the night just so he won't disturb mother. Then there's the part about him always tossing me aside so I won't pester him and mother's time together. Worse, he actually knocked me out when I asked him where he's going. Your father wouldn't let you go with him for fear that you would be in danger. I sense that the place he's heading to would be dangerous. Otherwise, Ditsong wouldn't have left without a word to me in person. Bai Yan's heart grew more and more worried after thinking about this. However, she didn't dare to show it in front of her boy. Mother is heaven for. Mother, what should we do then? Bai Xiachen's eyes got all red as the worry nearly made him cry out. Don't assume he doesn't care just because he claimed to be adopted. In fact, he cares about his old man quite a lot. Don't worry too much, he's Ditsong, your father. There's nothing he can't do in this world. Bai Yin reassures her boy by showing a comforting smile, but the reluctance and worry couldn't be dismissed in her voice. She doesn't know where the Demon King was now. That meant she must find out. Xiachen, go find your siblings and pack up. We'll go visit the human world as planned. Bai Yin attempts to shift the topic in order to avoid further pain in the room. Okay. The steam bun did not doubt his mother and nodded before turning for the exit. Xiachen, don't let Ling Yan and Jin Tian know about this, understand? Bai Yin drops another order after seeing her boy move, afraid this matter might rile up into a fuss that's not needed at this timing. Halting in his step and turning back to face her. Mother, you can count on me, I won't let them worry. Finally, once said, the boy ran off without looking back, leaving only the Demon Queen standing there with an oppressive air hovering overhead. At this moment, Suzaku was just coming out of her own room when the phoenix suddenly bumped into her mistress who came to see her, stumbling backward in surprise by the head. But, Mistress, how come you are here? Tightly pressing her hands onto the phoenix's shoulder so she doesn't escape. Suzaku, do you know where Ditsong went? I want to hear the truth. Flinching at the sudden question, the phoenix woman met the Demon Queen's eye and spent a good second in deep thought. In the end, she shook her head. I don't know. His Majesty didn't tell us anything, so we don't know where he intends to go. Bai Yan's hand slowly loosened. It looks like Xiachen is not wrong. Suzaku and them don't know anything. Ditsong had Xiachen pass me the word, saying I cannot go to the place that he's going. Why is that the case? Bai Yan's sight never left the other person's, looking for any sign of hesitancy. Sure enough, Suzaku got quiet and leaving the air very tense. After a good while of this awkwardness, I really don't know. Taking a step back, Bai Yan's figure began to shake, her smile transforming into a hysterical laugh of bitterness. Is that so? Fine, I'm going to take the kids back with me to the human world. Since I don't know where he is, I won't waste any more time on the matter. But if word comes that he's in danger, you must come find me, understood? Mistress. Suzaku didn't like this either, so her heart was very tense, like someone's grabbing at it and ripping it apart. There's only one place that is forbidden to Mistress since she is a human. The place only us demons can go. I want to tell her, but her going would only bring more harm to the king than helping. Mother is heaven 5. I can't watch her take such a risk. So, I'm sorry, Mistress. Please forgive me for not telling you. Bai Yin did not notice the hidden light flickering within the phoenix's eyes, so her condition wasn't faring so well. Sloppy in her steps, the Demon Queen had trouble maintaining her balance due to the ache in the heart. Mother, mother. From afar, she could hear the calls of the little ones. Coming over was none other than her eldest son and the twins. However, there's also Ji-song, who stood behind the group while holding a long sword in both her arms. She may be smaller than Bai Xiachen, but her presence gave weight and projected a sense of peace. You're all here. Bai Yin slowly closed her eyes before opening them again after a long while. She had to force herself to smile despite the discomfort. Mother, are you feeling sick? Di Lingyan saw the unhealthy complexion and quickly ran over to touch Bai Yan's forehead with her tiny hands. However, she's unfortunately too small in her height, so those hands were nowhere close to being able to reach, which causes the pipsqueak to grow a little depressed in the face. I'm fine, Lingyan, don't have to worry. Bai Yan reached down to rub her daughter's head reassuringly. Of course, the little glutton was equally as worried after seeing his mother's complexion. First pulling out a small cloth bag from his pocket, he earnestly offers it with both hands like it's an immense treasure. Mother, are you hungry? This is the food prepared for me by First Elder. I had intended to eat it on the road, but if Mother is hungry then you can have it. Bai Yan's heart melted away over her twins' lovable gesture of comfort. Hugging both with open arms. Mother is not hungry, I'm just a little tired. We should begin heading out now. Mother, don't we have to say goodbye to Father first? Lingyan asks with a puzzled look. She's suddenly reluctant to leave Ditsong behind. It's just that the thought of meeting her mother's side of the family, her heart would grow excited. Shuddering inside over that comment, she shakes her head with a bitter smile. No need, your father is very busy, so it's best not to disturb him. It's beginning to get late, so we shouldn't delay the trip any longer. If we set out now, then we should be at the Holy Land before sundown. In this world, apart from those she considers close family members, the most important individuals are the three silly shifus of hers. Back then it was they who took her in during her weakest and gave her 5 years of love and care. Without that period to breath, the Bai Yan of today wouldn't exist. Mother, are we going to see my 3 grandchefs? By Shachen's I lit up over the notion. Is Godfather also in the Holy Land? I miss him so much. Although he favors his old man a lot, the steam bun still likes Chu Yifeng from the hearts down. In fact, if Ditsong never existed, he would have likely wanted that picturesque man to become his stepfather. Godfather. Di Lingyan cleverly picked up on this word and looked towards her older brother's face for an explanation. Patting his little sister with a smile. You never met him yet, Lingyan, but Godfather is a very good person that is always kind to Mother and me. He would exhaust everything to please her. If Father hadn't appeared back then, perhaps. Regarding the last bit of his remark, Bai Shachen didn't want to say it before the twins. After all, if Chu Yifeng did get Bai Yan back then, where would the twins be today? Mother is heaven's 6. Does Godfather look good? And between Father and Godfather, who looks better? This time Bai Shachen puckered his lips to one side and didn't want to elaborate. They both look good in their respective manner. Godfather is a fairy like those seen in a portrait, while Father is stunning and dominant, but I prefer Father now. He likes whoever gives his mother a lifetime of happiness. Even if Ditsong often bullies him, he would like his old man as usual. What about before? Did brother prefer Godfather? As always, Di Lingyan became the curious baby that she was and wanted to get to the bottom of things. Well, Bai Shachen did not deny that idea and nodded. At first Father would always pick on Mother, so I did not like him. Mother is my most important woman. Whoever bullies her is my enemy. If not for Father performing well later on, plus he promised that he will help me improve my strength so that I can protect Mother, I wouldn't have accepted him so quickly. If there's anything to be blamed, it could only be on Ditsong's initial impression. He didn't act like a good man, so the boy reacted defensively. In contrast, Chu Yifeng's behavior had been nothing but flawless. A literal ray of sunshine in Shachen and Bai Yan's life. It's no wonder the steam bun preferred him at first. Lingyan, I am not as strict with you versus Jin Tian, but listen up the both of you. Bai Shachen forks his arms around the waist while speaking in a lecturing manner. Mother is the boss of our family. Whoever bullies her is the enemy of our family. Regardless if Mother is right or wrong, she is and always will be right, understood? Jin Tian, the little glutton, nodded first without fully understanding his meaning. He's already been programmed to believe anything the steam bun says, so this was a no-brainer. But Lingyan on the other hand got the underlying meaning when she nodded. I understand, big brother. Mother is always right. If there is anyone wrong, it can only be the other person. If Mother and Father argues, it can only be Father's fault. That's right. Bai Shachen dotingly ruffles his little sister's hair in an appeased manner. And you, Jin Tian. When you grow older, you must be as good as you are now and never anger Mother. If you do, I will beat you, I really will hit you. Shivering in fear at the sudden threat, the little glutton didn't know why he suddenly became the ire of his older brother. I will be good, I really will be. He's ready to burst into tears by this point. It's bad enough to be the punching bag. It's even worse when you don't know why you're the punching bag. Now that's good. The steam bun loosens his stern face and got all lovely in his smile. It doesn't matter if you don't understand what I mean. The only thing you need to know is that mother is the heaven, she is the law. Ji-song, who's also present but standing behind the twins, was shocked by this logic and display of tyranny. From a logical point of view, it's supposed to be wrong, but it's nevertheless drawing her in and making this now healed girl worshipful towards the steam bun. Mrs. D is so amazing. She could teach her eldest son to be such a sweet son. That should be enough Shachin. Bai Yen warmly rewards her eldest with a pat on the head after that statement. If you continue then Jean Tian is really going to cry. As if I am that mean mother? Bai Shachin slyly throws himself at the demon queen's waist. I am in fact very gentle. As long as my little brother doesn't make you angry, I will always be the kind and gentle older brother to him. I'm only teaching him how to behave in this family properly. Reunion 1, Suzaku. Bai Yen pinches her eldest's nose before turning to the Phoenix woman. I will be leaving the four of you in charge of the demon realm while we're away. If anything happens, contact me immediately, understand? She and Suzaku have a contract in their bodies, so passing on the message would be as simple as a will of their mind. Don't worry, mistress. I will be here in the demon realm until your return. Nodding in confirmation, the Phoenix gives off an air of confidence and reliability. Holding the twins with both hands, Bai Yin led the way in front. We're leaving. I'll take you two to meet your grandchefess. It's another year of plentiful blossoming for the peach trees on the island, where Bai Yin once called her home of the Holy Land. It's beautiful and serene here, but not all was as it may seem from the surface. Standing on the edge of the lake surrounding the island, several disciples of this great power curiously voiced their opinion as they took in this sight. I didn't expect such beautiful scenery to be in the Holy Land, but why is such a good place not being used by the little princess? Chui, can it be, this is where the Lord's deceased wife once lived? Another disciple to one side immediately sent a look at this ignorant peer of hers as she shot the theory down. You are new, so it's normal that you don't know. However, there are some things you must not spout without the pertinent details. Senior sister Zhang Yun, does that mean you know about the Holy Island's secret? The girl in pink turned her head to look at the older female disciple known as Zhang Yun, her bright green eyes curious and nosy. That is, of course. It is said that the master of this island is the strongest person of the human world, and she's also the apprentice of the three great elders. Even the Holy Lord and Princess are extremely fond of her, making her position within the Holy Land equivalent to the Holy Lord himself. Zhang Yun crosses her arms around the chest and gloats her chin high like some superior lecturing their subordinates. Such a person is one that we should all aspire to be. Sadly, I'm afraid even meeting that person would be impossible. The pink girl popped her mouth into a round shape at this incredible story. But I have been in the Holy Land for nearly 2 years, why have I never seen her? Is she not coming back to the Holy Land? Who knows? Zhang Yun shook her head. I heard that she married and followed her husband to some far-off place. The three great elders believe she would return soon though. That's why we're all cleaning the Holy Land of late. But isn't the Holy Island's owner the strongest person in the human world already? What man can win her heart? The pink girl sways her hip left and right like an innocent maiden that's captivated by this wondrous story. If I were her, I would rather be on my own since I already have such strength. It wouldn't sit well with me to be overshadowed by a man when I can clearly be at the forefront. Don't mess around, that kind of thinking is best kept to yourself. Zhang Yun hurriedly pulled her peer over and cusped her running mouth so other unrelated disciples wouldn't hear. Before I was only a disciple at the outer ring. That's why I never got to meet that incredible woman. But her deeds and achievements, just listening to some of the stories from the older seniors would get my heart burning with excitement. And guess what? I heard she already has a son before coming to the Holy Land. Reunion 2. The pink girl grew more surprised, her eyes full of amazement due to the overflowing flood of curiosity. What kind of child would an incredible woman like that produce? Excuse me. That's when a voice suddenly cuts their conversation short from midair. Is Chui at the Holy Land? After hearing this sentence, The disciples present all stopped in their word and promptly looked up into the sky, where they completely lost their breath at that mesmerizing figure. Beautiful. So beautiful. They have never seen such a beautiful woman, so that's the only thing going through their minds. Normally such an outstanding contour would incur the ire of the same sex, especially among the female side. In this case, they could do nothing but stare in awe at that divine creation. Shishi's currently training in the back mountain. Zhang Yun came back to her senses first due to her experience and answered Bai Yan's question. That's great, said the demon queen with a smile. I'll wait for her on the holy island. Xiachen Ling Yan Jintian, let's go. As soon as she stated this, the woman carried her kids and descended to the island at the center of the lake, leaving only the shocked disciples in the background who couldn't come back to reality for the longest time. She went to the holy island, did she not? I didn't hallucinate, did I? And did you hear? She addressed the princess by name. Who on the Holy Land would dare call her by that? Under the peach blossom tree of the Holy Island, there's a medicine field planted by none other than Bai Yan herself, who stayed here for a few years. I haven't seen to this crop for so long, perhaps it's withered by now? Bai Yan forms a helpless smile due to the hard work she's placed into this field. It's just that instead of the dying plants near her cottage after she arrived, what welcomed her was the powerful fragrance of herbs and exotic plants in the wind. Old 3, I told you your method is wrong. You see? The patch I cultivated is successfully germinating now while yours is withering away. Tell me, how are you going to explain this to Yenner after she comes back? Old 2, you're being too much. If it weren't for you spraying the elixirs over to my patch during your watering, would my plants die? Ho, I don't care. No matter what, this part of the field is under your charge. Failing to notice this before it's too late is your fault. I am not responsible. Just wait until Yenner returns. I'm going to tell her about this. Second elder Rani proudly raised his chin while tossing sand over his fellow brother. Qiu Shurong's face got beet red at this. He's so frustrated yet so helpless due to always being the scapegoat. Why am I always the one who gets the short end of the stick? That's enough, stop arguing and let's think of a way to save these herbs. These plants are our apprentices, baby, we cannot. Zhangqi, the first Shifu, rubs his temple as the headache slowly comes forward. Reunion 3. Yin Yu. You're back? The afternoon sun was exceptionally bright, falling on top of the woman's beautiful face and showcasing her emotional smile at the 3 seniors. Ren 2 and Qiu Shurong 3rd. Stopped their quarreling then and doubly looked up at the woman whom they've been talking about. Precious disciple. Qiu Shurong hung his head in shame. Since you left the Holy Land, we have been studying hard with the texts you left behind. But I such a bumbling idiot, I can't even raise this one good patch of. Ren Yi's heart also didn't fare so well and smiled bitterly. It's in fact not old 3's fault. I accidentally poured some of my elixirs onto his side and caused the herbs to die. Before Bai Yan arrived in this world, most people could only forage for such rare ingredients due to the harsh growth requirements of these spirit herbs, like high spiritual concentration in the air and earth, or specific temperature and moisture. However, Bai Yan had devised a way to bypass most of these conditions, and that was the elixir she concocted and written down for these 3. First looking over to the farm field, then back at her 3 shifus, Bai Yan suddenly found her eyes a little wet. Have the 3 of you been keeping these herbs alive all these years? Well, yes. Since you're not around, plus we're bored. That's why we would often come over to the island and look after these herbs. We were afraid others wouldn't know what to do, so it's always us who does the watering. Zhangqi, the first elder, explains. They are Yin Yan's precious treasures. Of course we need to look after them for her. Bai Yan didn't know what else to say. Don't assume these 3 are unreliable because they often screw up during their lessons with her. In fact, they're well above the norms in this world. Furthermore, the love and care shown was no less than a parent raising a child. That's the sort of relationship these 3 have with Bai Yan. Grand Shifu. Bai Xiachen quickly ran over and threw himself into Zhangqi's arm, his handsome face grinning brilliantly. Grand Shifus, I miss all of you so much. The steam bun grew up in this holy island, so it's expected that the place and people held a special place in his heart. I miss you too, Xiachen. You must come back more often in the future. Guess what, Grandshifu Zhengqi, mother gave me a little sister. Oh right, there's also an extra younger brother that accidentally got thrown in. Accidentally? Dare say, in Bai Xiaqin's heart, the little glutton's existence was no better than an extra. All three of the elders promptly looked over to their disciple's location and saw the indicated twins. One was a precious crystal of a girl that had the gifts of her mother, while the baby boy retained the baby fat and cuddliness worthy of being snuggled. It also helped that Jin Tian was chewing his thumb while curiously eyeing the three, so it only made him all the more adorable. Ling Yan, Jin Tian, come greet your grandshiftess. Bai Xiaqin waves at his siblings to step forward. Hello, grandshifu. Ling Yan, being the more outspoken of the two, spoke first, her eyes clever and bright. Hello, grandshifu. Jin Tian followed suit but was timider in his voice due to the unfamiliar grounds. Moving his hands wildly like he didn't know where to put them, Zhengqi found his nerves overwhelmed at the kid's behavior. Good, excellent, such good children you have there, Yin Yan. Oh, what to do? You came back so suddenly that I didn't prepare a good gift for them. Reunion 4. Grandshifu, mother brought me here to meet you all, so I'm thrilled as it is. There's no need to be so ceremonious. Forcing a crescent shape with her eyes, Ling Yan was all smiles while saying this. Zhengqi became stunned by how much the child resembled the steam bun. Especially how she smiled. Yin Yan, this child's personality is so much like Xiaqin when he was little. I knew your children would all be this astounding, ha ha ha. Laughing and laughing, his eyes soon became wet as the tears flowed out from the corner. My disciple is too outstanding that even us, her shifis, can no longer keep up. Shifu, you don't need to be so emotional. Am I not here with you three? Oh right, I've already told someone to go find you to let her know of my return. Is the Lord around in the Holy Land as well? Bai Yin wanted to lighten the mood, so she quickly changed the topic. Him? Yeah, the Lord never left the Holy Land, so he must be at the main estate. I know he will be very excited to see you come back. How long are you staying this time? Replying was Zhengqi, the first elder. He's anxiously awaiting the answer based on the way he's rubbing his hands in a squirming manner. Bai Yin naturally knew that they wanted her to stay a little longer. Unfortunately, other things are awaiting her attention, and they all knew that. Apologetically shaking her head. First Shifu, second Shifu, third Shifu. I'm sorry, but I can only stay for a brief while. After saying hello to everyone here, I will have to go visit grandfather and the rest of the family, so... This came as no surprise to the three Holy Lands elders. There are a lot of matters on hand for this precious disciple of theirs. The fact that she found time to come see them was enough to soothe their hearts, albeit at a slight trade-off of disappointment. I see, Yin. No matter, the Holy Land will always be your home, and we will always be your family too. When you feel like returning here, then you are always welcomed back. In the meantime, us three will watch over this island and the plants in your stead. A teacher always wishes for higher goals for their students. There's a much bigger world awaiting this proud woman. That's why they don't want to be an anchor holding her back. Shifis. Bai Yan's heart fluttered with butterflies at their support. No matter what happens, these three silly shifis of hers would always keep a particular spot inside her heart. I promise you, when I resolve everything and settle down, I will definitely come back and spend a good amount of time here. Okay? Qiu Shu Rong III bellows out a laugh at this promise. Sweetie, you don't need to worry about us. Go ahead and do what you need to do. This place is not going anywhere. And plus, we are not so stingy to want to occupy you for ourselves. We only want you to be happy. That's right, Yin Yan. Second Shifu here don't know what to say here aside from telling you the Holy Island will always be here for you. If there is any danger in the future, you can always look to us for help. We will always have your back. Ren Yi's look appeared heavy and severe. I understand. Bai Yin slowly extended her arms out and hugged her second Shifu's old body before turning to embrace the other two as well. To me, you three are not only my shifis but also my fathers. As the saying goes, a Shifu is a Shifu for life. Though your ages are a bit on the older side, but for me, your existence is equivalent to being my parents. There will always be a spot by my side for the three of you no matter how high I reach. Reunion 5. Such friendship. It's not something that could be paid back with mere material wealth. Only a lifetime of gratitude could be used as compensation for those feelings and kindness. Bai Yin. A voice of joy came from behind and caused the demon queen to turn around. Immediately, a woman wearing a yellow dress of flowers had come into view. She's young and full of lively energy, which brought the mood to a whole new level of joy. Bai Yan, I miss you so much. Chu pitifully states this, her arms wrapped firmly around the other side's figure like she couldn't believe this reality. I miss you too, but before we continue, I like to know why you are back in the Holy Land. Where's my brother Bai Xiao? Weren't you two together? Taken aback by the sudden question, Chui, the mischievous princess of the Holy Land, didn't give a straightforward answer like she usually would. Instead, she looks up to meet her friend's gaze before pursing those lips into a sad line. He's still in the celestial realm. I miss my old man, so I came back first to see him. Though she says that, it's obvious she's reluctant to go over the full details of the story. Able to discern this much based on her assessment, Bai Yan knew this problem must be solved between themselves. Love could not be forced, that's something she learned long ago. I know my brother's temperament is hard to grasp due to how neutral he is. It's difficult for him to express himself sometimes. If there is a misunderstanding between the two of you, or if he's bullying you, I will help you teach him a lesson. Is that good? Bai Xiao was her brother, but Chui was also her sister and dear friend. So of course she would help give a push to their relationship. Bai Yan. Chui's heart shook at this support. It's not Xiao Zhao's issue, it's my own. I feel like my strength is too weak and cannot help him. That said, the princess promptly looks back up with a firm light of determination in those eyes. In the past she had always been pampered due to her status as the princess of the Holy Land, one of the three great powers in the human world. But after experiencing the indignation and difficulties of the celestial realm, it's come to the last that it's not all right to continue like this. She has pride too. Being a damsel in distress has never been her way. Bai Yan pats her friend's shoulder. When it comes to a relationship, status isn't important, so you need to stop worrying about such things. My brother is dull like that, haven't you realized that by now? Chui's eyes got all red and emotional, her throat choking for a proper response. I only want to ask you this. If Bai Xiao is only the son of a powerless Bai house in the Luhua kingdom, would you still favor him? The demon queen stares into her friend's eye with a solemn expression. Of course I will. I didn't like him because of his identity. Even if he's weak and powerless, I will not abandon him. When she fell in love with Bai Xiao, it was back when he had nothing and standing before the burning pyre of the Bai house. She ached for him, at the same time loved him for being determined despite all the hurdles in life. Reunion 6. In that case, why do you believe my brother will turn you away? Bai Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her own words. The you in the past is known as the scourge of the Holy Land, lawless and destructive in the path you walk. When have you been afraid of anything? Did you not listen to any of the advice I gave you before we separated back then? Grabbing the princess's shoulder, the demon queen's voice now grew stern and severe. Chu, gather your courage and get what you want. I'm waiting for my sister-in-law. In addition, whether you can catch up to my brother and enter his heart is up to you. I can only help you summon your courage. After all, he too is my brother. I can't use my status as his older sister to force him to accept you. Bai Yan looks deep into the princess's eye to get her point across. Slowly nodding her head, Chui sounded more like herself again. I know relationships cannot be forced. If he doesn't want me, then I won't be one of those stubborn females that won't let go. At the very least, I will wait until he finds someone else who he truly loves. Hearing that last bit, Bai Yan couldn't help but smile in a bittersweet manner. Chui and her older brother Chui Feng are so similar. When Ditsong came into my life, that man also did the same and watched me in secret to keep me safe. He would sacrifice his own happiness to let me find happiness. Such a man, such a sister. How can they be so willing to sacrifice for others? This. Zheng Qi and his fellow brothers were stunned into disbelief. Our princess, the evil witch of the Holy Land, fell in love with a man? This level of shock couldn't be blamed on the three elders. Ever since Bai Yan came to this place, Chui had been circling around the demon queen and her son like a butterfly that never leaves. They've almost forgotten the princess was also a maiden that could love another person. Bai Yan immediately shot a deadpan look at her three shifus as a warning. I know what the three of you are thinking. What we spoke of just now never happened. You heard nothing, nor shall this be spoken before the Lord. This is Chui Yi's secret. It's not anyone's business to tell others until she's ready. A humph, Zheng Qi first coughed awkwardly since he got it right away. Turning to his two brothers, did the two of you hear anything? I didn't hear nothing, not a single thing. No, of course not, we heard nothing at all. Old two, did you hear anything? Qiu Shurong third shot his second brother a wink. Oh what, my ears are getting old, I should really go to a doctor and have it checked. Our bodies aren't getting any younger, you know. Rennie acts clueless like he's not able to understand anything. I want to go meet your father now, do you want to come with me? Bai Yin asks with a pleased smile after seeing the way her Shifus acted. Shaking that head, the princess had other plans in mind apparently. No, I need to continue to work towards my goal now that I've figured out what I want. If my father finds out I'm heading out to the celestial realm, then he will definitely break my leg. I need to split before he finds out. Merely at the thought of the harshness the Holy Lord enacted on herself as of late, Chui would shudder in fear. Bai Yin, the princess suddenly got an idea. Can you tell my father in a bit not to send someone to chase me? My speed is slow, so he will definitely send his people afterward. Reunion 7. Why do you need me to help you? Bai Yin makes a perplexed face. Couldn't you go tell the Lord yourself? I'm not going, said Chui in an indignant fashion. Father almost beat me because of the last incident where I ran away from home with Lan Xiaoyun. He's worried about you being in danger, don't you understand? I understand that, but I also want to train myself. This time he will definitely not let me go to the celestial realm if he finds out. Chui clung onto Bai Yan's arm and swung it left and right in a pleading fashion. Bai Yan, help me this time, just this time. Father will listen to you if you help my case. Looking at her friend's pitiful appearance, Bai Yan didn't have the heart to reject the request and nodded. All right, I will let him know. Also, I want you to go find Little Rice in the demon realm first. He will have someone escort you to the celestial realm. The demon realm was her territory, much safer than the celestial realm, so having her own people safeguard Chui during the route was a better plan in her opinion. Bai Yan, you and Xiao Xiao both managed to make it into the celestial realm on your own. I can do it too. If I continue to depend on others to do everything for me, then I will never grow and have the strength to stand by his side. There's a determined glow that showed how much she wanted this. So I will go alone this time. Believe in me, I can protect myself. She doesn't have the gift as Bai Yan does, nor the ability and fortitude of others, but she does have an unwavering heart. Without this experience to prove herself, Chui wouldn't have the face to continue down this path where it would only get much more challenging with time. Okay. Bai Yan knew she couldn't change her friend's mind and nodded after a brief thought. But promise me you will go find my brother as soon as you head into the celestial realm. Don't worry, I will definitely find him. Perhaps the thought of reuniting with that handsome young man. Chui Yi's cheek would immediately flush a red of fluttery shade. Sister Yi. Bai Xiachen pouts at the Holy Land princess after being ignored for so long. You used to like me the most, but now all you talk about is my uncle. Did you even see me? Making a surprised face, Chui actually responded with the cruelest sentence. Oh Xiachen, you're back? A shattering sound filled the steambun's soul like a scum just dumped him for someone else. I didn't even exist in her eyes until I called her out. Ling Yan and Jin Tian too. All of you are here? Chui gasps after seeing the three kids standing around and staring at herself. Ling Yan with her stunned face. I also got ignored? Am I not cute enough? When did I become like second brother and can be ignored? Unlike his twin sister and older brother though, Jin Tian the little glutton didn't mind this and behaved cluelessly. With a pastry snack in hand he happily waves hello to the girl. Hello auntie, rubbing her temple at the silly nature of this scene. Bai Yan figured there's no point dwelling on the carelessness of her friend. It's getting late, I better go see your father before leaving. I still need to visit the medicine sect afterward. You can use this opening to pack up before leaving. Bai Yan, you are so nice to me. Giving her friend a big hug, Chui suddenly kissed the demon queen on the cheek as gratitude. She had intended to flee without packing anything since time was of the essence. But having extra clothes and money definitely helps. Bai Yan appears stunned by the physical contact. Bai Xiachen also popped his eyes out in shock. Ling Yan on the other hand merely giggled in delight after seeing this. And like usual, Jin Tian the little glutton only had food in mind and continued to eat his pastry. Sister Yi, you're done for. After half a ring later, Bai Xiachen dropped this remark down with a black face. If my father finds out you sexually harassed my mother, he will not let you go for this. A humph. Chui coughs awkwardly since she knew her action there went overboard. Raising to rub the steam bun's head. What does a little baby know? I'm not disrespecting your mother. I'm only expressing my happiness. And also don't tell your father about this, okay? Reunion 8. At the end of the day, her voice sounded weak as those eyes nervously scanned the area for said Demon King. Chui was honestly afraid of Deedsong bursting out of hiding and breaking her neck when she's least expected it. It's scary to even think about it in fact. Chui, Bai Yan's black face spoke with gritted teeth. You smothered me with your saliva. If there's a next time then you better keep 3 feet away from me at all times. Shrinking her neck in at the outraged demon queen, Chui knew her friend had a phobia against dirty things. I'll go pack up right away. You go see my father now, bye. Dropping that down, the Holy Land princess disappeared in a blur. It's a new record for this naughty witch when it comes to fleeing. Humph, we're going to then. Holding her twins with each hand, Bai Yan began to move when she suddenly stopped and shot a glance back at the 3 old gramps watching her from behind. Shifus, when I've solved everything, I'll be back. As reluctant as they are about separating again so soon, the 3 elders didn't try to keep her behind. Okay. That's all they could utter out, stuffing those emotional words inside for another day. Oh. By the lake, the disciples were still silently waiting for Bai Yan's possible appearance. They are very excited at the opportunity of meeting the owner of the Holy Island. Sure, they aren't certain of Bai Yan's identity and didn't know her name, but the reaction from Chui told them all they needed to know. Earlier, all they managed to get out was that a woman had headed to the island with a bunch of kids, and then the princess bolted away in glee without asking for any details. It's well known only one person could get Chui so riled up in this place. Finally, their patience were rewarded by a red female gradually appearing in their sight. The girl in the pink hurried forward and nervously spoke first. There's an unbridled level of worship in her eyes. Excuse me, are you the rumored world's strongest and the owner of the Holy Island? Bai Yan's footsteps stopped. Turning around, she faintly smiled at the inexperienced youngsters. No one can claim to be the strongest. As for the owner of the Holy Island, you could say that. Several of the disciples giggled with glee as they got the confirmation. She admitted it. She is that legendary person. Senior that. The pink girl looked shy and timid. You are my goal. In the future, I will train hard. I hope I can one day be qualified to follow you from behind. First giving this brave child a glance, Bai Yan suddenly smiled like she's looking into her own past. What's your name? Autumn. My name is Autumn with the surname Forget. Forget Autumn? Alright Autumn. When you grow strong enough, you can come to me. Bai Yan liked the name and didn't reject the idea. That done, the Demon Queen went ahead to continue on her way. Even though her steps aren't big or wide, but her figure had disappeared entirely from the disciples' line of sight in mere moments. Senior sister Zhang Yun just now Did she say yes? The pink girl was so excited that she couldn't hold it down and began jumping. But I didn't expect to have this chance to speak with the strongest person in the world. Zhang Yun chuckled at her junior's cheerful voice like she just got a present. Actually, you should have asked her for some pointers instead. Perhaps your abilities would have grown by leaps and bounds as a result. Didn't you mention you were trying your hands in alchemy? She is also famous for her Dan pills, you know. Reunion 9. The pink girl shook her head firmly. She must be swamped with other stuff. I can't ask her these small questions to bother her. What's more, I'm going to follow her with my own ability. If I let her give me pointers, then I won't have the face to follow her anymore. Zhang Yun became stunned. She didn't understand what the girl was thinking to miss out on this great opportunity. Inside the luxurious palace of the Holy Land, Chu Ran was currently focusing his attention on the book in his hand. But he wasn't alone in this study though. Standing further in front was a beautiful maid awaiting his command. However, those eyes were not well behaved and would constantly sneak a peek towards the Holy Lord whenever possible. She obviously wants to seduce the man sitting on the master chair. Unfortunately for this woman though, Chu Ran never once gave her the attention she wanted. Suddenly, the main door to the study was pushed open without forewarning. The maid looked over right away as was her duty. Immediately her eyes fell upon the woman in red, dazzling her line of sight along with those kids. Impudent! She snaps at the intruders with a solemn face. Who allowed you to come in here without notice? If it were under normal circumstances, this power-hungry maid would have spent a moment to think things through as to why Bai Yen would be able to come inside unhindered. But that face sent her alarms into full alert, and was a threat to her plan to become the mistress of the Holy Land. She is surrounded children. Does she think the Holy Lord will want to pick up after other people's slack just because she's beautiful? Back over in the main doorway, Bai Yen raised an eyebrow at this maid who yelled at her. Normally she wouldn't need a notice since this was the study and work office, but this maid was someone she's never seen before. Chu Ran was attracted by the noise created by the maid's rebuke. Looking over to the doorway, the man's instantly lit up. Yen or Xiachen, you're both back. And these two little fellas, they should be the twins mentioned by, aren't they? The maid on one side appeared stiff after hearing this. How come the Lord isn't angry with her after she barged in without notice? Bai Yen slowly nodded in confirmation, ignoring the maid's glaring face and signaling her children forward. I remember you only came not long ago, right? Chu Ran definitely sensed the air around the room due to the maid and turned to her, hanging her head low in a compliant manner. Yes, my lord. You don't need to come anymore. Chu Ran's tone was calm and clear, but his words were a shock to the maid in question. She looked up in dismay, unconvinced that she would be dismissed so readily. But my lord, did I do something wrong? I only spoke out because she barged in without notice. I feared she might try to assassinate you. Chu Ran laughed humorously. You think those in the Holy Land are all blind or something? Who can kill me while on my own turf? Reunion 10? The maid clenched her lips as those eyes flushed a pink red. Go down, you don't need to come back afterward. Chu Ran orders, his patience wearing thin. The maid was very reluctant to leave but did not dare to say more. Giving a bow, she headed for the exit to only be stopped by what she heard next. Remember, you don't need to come to the Holy Land anymore. The maid's body froze as she turned her head stiffly over the clarification. Lord, why are you evicting me from the Holy Land? It took her so much to get into this great power. Even if it's only as a maid to serve tea and water, but her family was still proud of her. If she were to be evicted, what would happen to herself? How would her clan treat her? Only she knows that better than anyone. A person who can't tell the situation is not needed in my service. You can leave now, I don't want to see you again. The maid no longer said more and fled away, but not before giving a fleeting glance at Bai Yen. There's a strong level of hatred and resentment. Lord, I'm back. Bai Yen doesn't give this any attention since this didn't occur to the Demon Queen as something important. To her, this was the maid's own inability to retain her post. Chu Ran formed a big genuine smile at the woman's return. He's showing regret, appreciation and pride. Proud for being able to take in such a talented person, regret that he couldn't have such a genius as his daughter-in-law. It's a real shame. Such a good girl and my son can't win her heart despite all those years of effort. How long are you going to be back this time? Also, I quit drinking. This girl most hated it when he drinks with his daughter. As a result, he would often have Chu be the scapegoat. But this time he's honestly abstained from alcohol. I'm just coming back to see you guys, then I'm leaving right after. Bai Yen explains by shaking her head. She doesn't have too much contact with Chu Ran. But Bai Yen does know he loves her very much like family. If at first he accepted her for the gift she held, what came afterward were genuine emotions. Otherwise, who could put up with Bai Xiachen's antics of causing trouble everywhere? He went with Chui in the younger years. Is that so? Sighed the man. I'm just glad you thought of us. Do bring these little ones often if possible. Yi is getting wilder as she ages and I can no longer control her. She doesn't like to accompany me, so I've been getting more bored lately. It would be nice to play with the kids if possible. Grandpa Chu Ran, you don't have to worry. I will definitely bring my brother and sister here to see you often. The steam bun spoke up with the sincerest voice, bellowing out a pleased laugh. I really envy your grandfathers. Of the three great powers, only I lack a third-generational heir. Yi Feng, that boy loves you so much that I fear he won't ever marry in this life. As for her, she's so wild and crazy at times, who would dare touch her? If this continues, then I might need to make alternative plans. Oh right. Bai Yan recalls one of the reasons she's here to meet him. He wanted me to tell you that she's leaving the Holy Land for the Celestial Realm. She is afraid of you stopping her, so she asked me to tell you instead. Reunion 11. In that moment, smile on the man's face shattered into oblivion. His breathing rhythm began to pant like he's about to lose his mind. That crazy girl ran away again? How dare she keep running off to the Celestial Realm? I'm going to break her leg once I get my hands on her. Doesn't she know how dangerous it is over there? If I don't properly teach her a lesson, then she will end up dead before I know it. I advise you not do that and send someone after her. Bai Yan shrugged. Chu Ran goes beet red as he struggles to retain his composure. Yenner, you don't need to speak for her. She is getting out of hand at this rate. I must give her a good lecture before she gets into real trouble. Oh, then go ahead. Bai Yan continued to smile, but her eyes were all playful. But don't blame me for not telling you about it. If you bring her back, then you might miss out on being a grandfather. Didn't you want a third-generational heir, perhaps a grandson? Grandson? Churan choked, and he turned his head a little, his eyes falling on the white-faced body. What did you just say? Grandson? She got pregnant before she got married? That disgrace. Although I wanted a grandchild, but getting pregnant before marriage is still unforgivable. Not yet. The grin deepens in Bai Yan's face. It ran off to chase her husband-to-be. Whether or not she will be successful is still unknown. But if you bring her back, then I'm afraid that possibility will be a no. She didn't want to leak this matter today since it's not hers to say. But if it could make Chu Ran stop, then it's a compromise she's willing to take. Patting his own chest to soothe that erupting anger, the Holy Lord suddenly froze after catching on to her meaning. Wait, slow down and let me catch up. Did you say you went out to chase her husband-to-be? You mean that crazy girl is finally in love with a guy? I'm not dreaming, am I? My daughter can finally get married. If there wasn't an example set by Bai Yan to go upon, Chu Ran would certainly not want his daughter to get married. However, it's impossible to get Chu Yifeng to like another female. With his son a lost cause, who else was he going to turn to for a grandson or granddaughter? Right. Chu Ran shot his gaze up to face the Demon Queen. Can you tell me who the guy is at least? Who is so lucky to win Yi's heart? My brother, Bai Xiao. Bai Xiao? The man made an astonished face. The man he likes is Bai Yan's own brother? The Holy Lord never met the boy, but he's heard enough about Bai Xiao's exploit to know he's a reliable guy. Besides, if Bai Yan was so exceptional, then there's no way her brother wouldn't be as well. Ha ha ha. Chu Ran bellows out a hearty laugh of content. That's wonderful news. I always lamented the fact that you did not become my daughter-in-law, but now we can still be family with your brother as my son-in-law. Ha ha ha. Bai Yan was equally as happy with this arrangement. Then are you still going to send someone after her? Of course not. She can go all she like. Chu Ran states this with a wide grin of his own. He is old enough, so it's up to herself to make such choices. I can't keep watching over her head. Otherwise she will never get married. What if my involvement botches their relationship? That actually made Bai Yan's face turn black with lines running across it. Why do I get the feeling Chu Ran will marry off at any cost? Mother, I finally know why Sistery always says she's adopted. Bai Xiachen tugs at his mother's sleeve. If it were father, he'd definitely be reluctant to marry Ling Yan off. Whoever dares to abduct my sister, me and father will break their legs. Reunion 12. A humph. Chu Ran made an awkward cough, his eyes immediately falling upon the tiny body of the pipsqueak. You can't say it like that. If my daughter and Bai Xiao does become a pair, they are going to eventually have a son. By then, we might even be able to get closer through their marriage. Bai Yan's face suddenly blackened. She didn't want to keep her precious daughter around forever, but she wouldn't want to let anyone have ideas about her either. No. Bai Xiachen jumps in with forked arms around his waist. Using his body as a shield for his sister. Sister E is marrying my uncle. If they have a kid, then that makes him my cousin. A cousin cannot marry another cousin. That's interbreeding. Chu Ran became taken aback by the boy's firm stance on the subject and turned to the Demon Queen for detail. There is such a thing? How come I never heard of it? Is it real? Under Chu Ran's gaze, Bai Yan nodded slowly. Blood relatives within 3 generations cannot be married. The premise being related to only blood relatives though. Since it's you saying that, then I won't doubt it. Chu Ran loosens his frown. But Xiachen seemed to forget his uncle is not from the same biological mother as yours, Yenner. That makes it okay, doesn't it? Worse, I still have Yun Feng. When reaching this part, the Holy Lord suddenly paused and got quiet. Oh, whatever, pretend I didn't say anything about that boy. Yifeng won't ever be able to get married, it's impossible in this life. I'm better off counting on Yi to give me a grandchild than to rely on that boy. Bai Xiachen makes a stupor face at this realization. Mother, would they be able to get married if cousins aren't blood related? Looking at his son's aggrieved and pitiful face, Bai Yan didn't know what else to do but nod. Lying about this subject wouldn't be good, so the hard truth was a must. Blood relatives are not allowed to marry, but anything else is fine. The steam bun got all quiet like he's contemplating the idea. Then I don't care. If Sister Yi gives birth to a boy, then he's my little brother. I will teach him to protect Ling Yan. If he misbehaves, then I will break his leg. I will teach him from a young age that cousins can't get married. After so many years of being misguided in all the wrong ways, Bai Xiachen has finally learned what it means to be a teacher. Education must be taught from a young age. Only by teaching them his logic would it become the norm instead of the norm. Big brother. The pipsqueak chimes in with that innocent voice. Why do you always want to break people's legs? Ling Yan. Bai Xiachen presses his hands onto the girl's shoulder, his voice severe and stern. Those people are all bad inside. They want to abduct you and not let you come home. Don't you want to see me and mother? Tilting her head in a puzzled manner. But you and grandfather are saying different things. Grandfather Heavenly told me I mustn't listen to you and father. Who do I listen to? Grandfather Heavenly. Chu Rang got surprised and jumped up. Yenna, you saw Yun Feng? Bai Yin nodded in confirmation. I also found my father by accident, and he's with my mother now. Chu Ran relaxed after hearing this good news. Those two had it hard all these years. It's good to learn your parents are finally together. To think the big lady of the medicine sect and young master of the fairy house would have such a tough life. The medicine sects and Misty Fairy House's fight. 1. Bai Yan's eyes couldn't help but get emotional after the man said all those heartfelt words. A reunion of her parents, that's a goal she's been working hard toward since the very beginning. Lord, we came back to see. And now it's getting late, so it's about time we leave. There's still a lot of work waiting for me. Chu Ran didn't try to retain the woman after seeing the determined expression, making a smile. Then I will not delay you further if you have something to attend to. But do go see your grandfathers, especially the one at the Misty Fairy House. No matter what, he's still your grandfather. I know, said Bai Yan with an understanding of what he meant. I've stated my stance long ago. As long as I can find my mother, then I will forgive him. Since she's with my father now, I won't hold the past against him anymore. I know he's been regretting a lot too over what he did. In fact, the stubborn old grandfather had regretted his decision the day Heavenly went mad due to being separated from his wife by Ning. Unfortunately, remorse doesn't change the facts. Because of his decision and foolishness, Bai Yan's parents suffered for many years. Sure, the Demon Queen could forgive the grandfather that nearly ruined her family, but it doesn't change the fact that she's more inclined to favor her grandfather at the medicine sect. Mother. Di Ling Yan heard they're leaving already and tugged at the woman's sleeve. Are we going to see great-grandfather? It's my first time meeting them. Should I bring a gift? No, you're the best gift for them. Bai Yan smiled wholeheartedly and rubbed her daughter's head before giving the outside a strange look all of a sudden. Since the maid serving the Holy Lord was thrown out, her tears hadn't stopped flowing thus far. She's unwilling to accept this outcome and felt wronged. Suddenly, a figure in front caught her attention and caused the weeping female to stop. Uncle. Standing in front of him was a middle-aged man who had on a grim face. What's the matter? I worked so hard to arrange for you to be by the Lord's side. Did you do something to anger him? Otherwise she wouldn't have left crying. The maid clenched her lips. Just now I saw that a woman had barged into the Lord's study room without announcement, so I scolded her. I honestly didn't expect the Lord to explode at me and drive me out of the Holy Land. Uncle, what should I do? If I go back home like this, then Father will literally kill me for this. She's the most beautiful daughter of the family, therefore everyone had placed their hope onto herself. If she fails and return without results, the aftermath and consequences would be dire. What did you say? The middle-aged man's face sank. Jean-Claude, are you stupid or something? This isn't your Jean-Claude's home. If that woman can enter the Lord's study without notice, then that proves she is special. How can you be so foolish to scold someone like that? The maid sobbed harder and began to hiccup. But even if that's the case, the Lord shouldn't have exploded like that. How can he drive me out of the Holy Land for something so innocent? The middle-aged man didn't respond to her words right away. Instead, he got all quiet and whispered his following question. Describe the woman's appearance to me. I want to find out her identity. This way I can tell if there's still a way to salvage the situation. The medicine sex and Misty Fairy houses fight, too. The maid heavily bit her lips. She's reluctant to say but answered truthfully anyways. The woman is very beautiful. That's all. The middle-aged man frowned and continued to ask. She's beautiful, a striking kind of beauty, especially when she's dressed in red. The air she has is overwhelmingly memorable. She also had 3 kids with her. One was about 6 years old while the other 2 were about 2 years old. The maid did not see the expression made by her uncle as she explained, but he had literally turned green in horror. It's reported that the owner of the Holy Island loves to wear red all year round. What's more, she also has a child which should be around 6 as well by this year. On top of that, rumor has it the person has given birth to twins not too long ago. If going by all these clues, he could be almost certain this woman was the owner of the Holy Island. Zhang Yun, this time I can't save you, you better flee as soon as you can. The middle-aged man sneered. By the way, once you go back to your home, tell your mother I will no longer have anything to do with the Zhang clan. I do not want to be dragged down by someone else's mistake. One protects their own interest, each for themselves. Moreover, he's done enough for the Zhang clan thus far. They're already 3 generations apart, thus making them distant relatives at best. Like bringing Zheng Yun into the Holy Land and getting her the post as the maid of the Holy Lord. That's already a favor he didn't need to do. Now that this distant niece of hers failed in winning the Holy Lord's heart, why should he continue to support such a girl or her family? Uncle! The maid became stupefied by the cruel reality and became flustered. What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man sneered some more. Do you know who you've offended? She's the strongest person in the human world. Others may not know this, but I've been following the Lord for many years. How can I not know her? Not only is her talent above everyone else's, she's also the wife of the king of the demons. Let's put it this way. If her husband summoned the horde of demons upon us, they could destroy the entire human world. Huffing to keep himself from losing composure. No, they actually don't need that many demons, just a small fraction is enough. They can literally turn the human world into a territory of the demon realm, do you understand? His chest would rise up and down in strides due to the anger he felt inside. Honestly, the man regretted helping the Zhang clan from the hearts down at this point. The maid's body froze as she looked up in dismay, those eyes popping out of reflex. All of this, you are certain? Ho ho! The middle-aged man sarcastically ticked his lips into a snarling smirk. When did I ever lie to you? No one has lived on the Holy Island for many years now, not even the princess lives there. Do you know why? It's because the Holy Lord has gifted the island to her long ago. Only she is eligible to live there. The maid's face got pale like a ghost. Even the princess cannot live on the island, only she can? Uncle, it can't be that the Lord really likes her? Like her? Indeed, the Lord really does like her, but as a daughter-in-law. Sadly, that person didn't have the young master in her eye and the union fell apart and never came to fruition. Despite all that, the Lord still takes her as a daughter in his eye. That's how highly prized she is to everyone in the Holy Land. The middle-aged man knew the thought running through her distant niece's mind, and wanted to snuff it out before it blew out of proportion. Zheng Yun's body turned to stone in that instant. Standing there with the breeze blowing against her body, the maid never felt so afraid in her entire life. In fact, her entire back had become drenched in sweat by this stage. The Medicine Sex and Misty Fairy Houses Fight 3. As it so happens, it's precisely at this moment where the maid turned to face the palace grounds that Bai Yan and her kids came out of the door. Immediately, endless panic filled the maid's heart. In the face of such a grand person, who wouldn't be afraid? None in the Holy Land would ever dare provoke this individual, yet she, a lowly servant, did. So, when their line of sight met, Zhang Yun promptly turned tail and fled in the other direction. She only wants to get out of this nightmarish land and run home regardless of the consequences. Mother, isn't that the auntie maid who was around Grandpa Chu ran earlier? The pipsqueak asks innocently. Bai Yin looked over in the indicated direction and nodded slowly. Are we that terrible? Why did she see us and run like a fleeing dog? The girl pinches her lips in confusion. I am so cute and I don't eat people, why is she scared of me? Bai Xiachen also glanced over in that direction and answered instead. Someone made a mistake, so of course they will be scared. That's what you call a guilty consciousness, Ling Yan. Someone probably told her about Mother's identity. That's why she fled the moment she saw us. Pity. Mother never took her seriously, she didn't need to run to begin with. Let's go. Bai Yin understood what her boy was indicating at and patted her eldest's head. We don't have time to waste on inconsequential people. Your grandfather is still waiting for us. Okay. The steam bun smiles widely with his teeth showing. I wonder if granduncle is around at the medicine sect. I wonder if he's married yet. If not, I bet great-grandfather will grow anxious because of that. Bai Yan's eyes fell into a bit of trance. Looking back at things, if I hadn't met Bai Zhongping back then, would I have discovered my own background? Forming a warm smile at the impending reunion with her relatives, Bai Yan's mood immediately lightened up. Come, we're going home. The medicine sect was located atop of a high-standing mountain. Due to the high altitude and difficult route to reach this great power, it's not often that they get visitors. Fortunately, the person in charge of watching the entrance gate was a person from years ago. He only needed a glance to recognize Bai Yin, so no trouble occurred here. In fact, the person was so ecstatic that he ran ahead to inform the master of this place ahead of the family. Inside the main courtyard, Bai Chongfeng was currently playing a game of tabletop chess with his in-law counterpart. No more. After Chief Wu Wei of the Misty Fairy House placed his last piece, the old Gramps shamelessly flipped the game board after seeing there's no more room for him to move. My mind is not calm today, I don't want to play anymore. We can continue tomorrow. Chief Wu Wei faintly chuckles. A loss is a loss, what excuse is there? So what if I lose a chess game? In the end my granddaughter still chose to use my last name. In that respect I already won. Bai Chongfeng shot back with a grunt, his face full of pride. The medicine sects and Misty Fairy Houses fight 5. Milord, milord. Suddenly, a sound of joy came from the outside and caught everyone's attention. Originally Bai Chongfeng was still disgruntled and high face, but as soon as he saw who it was, his temper immediately subsided and made a wary look. Milord, the young miss is back. Making a startled face, the old grandfather and ruler of the medicine sect promptly jumped up. Is it Ninger my daughter or Yin Yin my granddaughter? It's Miss Bai Yin. Miss Bai Yin is back, along with the little master. Wah! Not needing to tell him further, Bai Chongfeng's figure instantly disappeared into a blur. He's running for the outside to receive his precious granddaughter and great-grandson. Even from afar, the old grandfather could see that dazzling red figure and adorable youngster. However, he didn't expect to find two other adorable kids walking alongside the pair. Yin Yin! Bai Chongfeng flew into a joyous cry, the tears nearly falling out. It's been well over 2 years since the woman left this place. Therefore, it's no wonder the grandfather would be so emotional. Grandfather, uncle. Bai Yin smiled and warmly greeted her family members who arrived in quick succession. Grandpa, Grandma, you're also here. Jun Tianyu, Grandma. Quietly wiped the tears coming off of her eyes at being addressed. You're back. Yes, I'm back, said Bai Yin with an emotional voice as well. Are all of you doing well? Yes, of course we're doing well, Yin Yin. There's no problem at all. Aside from your grandfather and grandpa constantly fighting, there's nothing out of the ordinary. As soon as the mistress of the Misty Fairy House said that, the entire air around the group dampened. Firstly, it was Bai Chongfeng who flailed his hands around in the air, unsure of what to say as an excuse for his behavior. Following second was Chief Wu Wei, who made a ashamed face at being ousted by his own wife. Great-grandfather, do you often fight? Bai Xiachen stepped forward and began lecturing his elders like a good adult. Fighting is not a good habit. If you continue to fight, then you will make mother angry. If she is angry, then I will be very upset. And if I'm upset, then bad things will happen. Bai Changfeng coughs awkwardly at the boy's antics. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Your grandpa Wu Wei and I are perfectly good. We're just playing around. I hope that's the case. The steam bun holds himself high and mighty as he nods. Chuckling at her eldest's humorous speech, Bai Yin ruffles her son's hair as compliment. Xiachen is right. We are family, we should care for each other and not fight. That's not a good example to make. If I learn of you two fighting again next time. She narrows her eyes in at the two grandpas and smiled meaningfully. I will go live at the Holy Land from now on. I do have an excellent relationship with my shifis. Although they are quite noisy at times, but they won't fight. Bai Changfeng and Chief Wu Wei's strength are both very strong. Even if they are joking around when sparring, they would inevitably make a mistake somewhere down the line and hurt each other. Therefore, the fighting must be stopped. Okay, I'll never fight this old thing again. I'll listen to my baby granddaughter. Bai Changfeng bellows out a hearty laugh and reassuringly says this. Chief Wu Wei immediately stared at his counterpart before turning to smile at his granddaughter in an appeasing manner. Of course, we will do as you wish, Yan Yan. If you don't want us fighting, then we will not fight anymore. The Medicine Sects and Misty Fairy Houses fight 6. Isn't that better, great-grandfathers? Bai Xiachen raised a bright smile. You can't make mother angry, ah. Yes, great-grandfather here understands, my good child. Bai Changfeng jovially laughs. You are always watching over your mother like a good son that you are. That is, of course, my mother gave birth to me and suffered so much. It's only right that I be filial to her. Looking at the little guy's young and lovely face, Bai Changfeng's heart became warm and appeased. Yin Yan is so lucky to have a son like Xiachen. So witty and clever that knows how to be good to their own parent. Unlike this Zhangping of mine. This boy is already so old, yet he's not getting a wife or child yet. Oh, just thinking of this is making me angry. Thinking up to here, the medicine lord promptly shot a stare back over to his son who's standing in the rear. What did I do now to provoke this old boy? The poor man was clueless as to why his old man would do this and made an inexplicable face. Yin Yan, these two children are. Jun Tianyu, being the only other female present, didn't miss the twins unlike the male counterparts. She had long heard of Bai Yin giving birth to more children, so this wasn't hard to guess who they are. Grandma, this is my daughter and son, Ling Yin and Jin Tian. Go up, the both of you, go greet your great-grandfathers and grandmother. The other one behind them sulking is your granduncle. Hello, great-grandfathers, great-grandmother and granduncle. Ling Yin and Jin Tian's voice were both very soft and adorable, letting all those who hear them melt away like a marshmallow. Jun Tianyu was the most affected and nearly had a crying fit at her new great-grandchildren. Great-grandmother didn't prepare a proper gift since all of my good belongings are at home. In that case, why don't you two inherit the Misty Fairy House as my gift instead? Bai Changfeng immediately shot a look to his in-law's shameless face. He's a gentleman, though a grumpy one, but that doesn't mean he won't compete with a woman of his age. Ling Yan, Jin Tian, don't listen to her. What's so fun about the Misty Fairy House anyways? It's better to stay at the medicine sect with me since it's more fun. Jinton, the little glutton, had his thumb in his mouth as he replied. Is there delicious things? Yes, of course. Bai Changfeng's eyes lit up with hope. I got a lot of delicious snacks in store for you. If you like, I can even invite the top chefs of the continent here. They can cook all sorts of delicious food for you, my dear child. Jun Tianyu chuckled at the man's promise. Oh Lord Changfeng, did you forget my fairy house already employed the best chefs out there? What can you make here that the excellent cooks at my home can't? Plus, there are plenty of unique ingredients found only in the mountains of the fairy house. How can you compete with us? Ho ho, as long as these two little ones desire it, I can get anything I need. There's nothing I can't do for them. There's nothing one couldn't do if they put their minds to it. So what if the fairy house employed some legendary cooks? He could offer them his Dan pills as trade to come work here instead. He got plenty, and doesn't those people wouldn't be tempted? Great-grandfather, did you ask me for permission when trying to rob my little brother and sister? Bai Xiachen's face got all black like a charcoal. Jin Tian must inherit the demon realm one day, so he must go back. Bai Changfeng looked to the steam bun in shock. Didn't your father name you the crown prince? Why are you throwing the demon realm on your little brother? What are you going to do then? I of course am going to travel the world with Ling Yan. Bai Xiachen cocks his chin high. I proud declaration. Dream on if anyone thinks I'm going to be a demon king. I only need mother and my sister. I don't want no demon realm dragging me down. It's better for Jin Tian to shoulder this responsibility. Return to the lawn house 1. Bai Changfeng's mind flashed with an idea. If the demon realm is under little Jin Tian's control, then my medicine sect can. Yet before the old Gramps could speak his mind, the steam bun had already caught on to the old fox and got alarmed. No, great-grandfather, you can't look at me. I won't do it. I need to take my sister out on a journey around the world. I don't have time to manage the medicine sect. Having said that, he turned his attention over to Chief Wu Wei and his wife. The same is true of the fairy house. Don't throw them over my head. Making an embarrassed face at being called out, Chief Wu Wei deflates and understood his own sneaky fox was dead before birth. However, that doesn't mean there's no alternatives. Placing his fist to the mouth for a cough to clear his throat, the fairy lord was a clever one. Then how about Ling Yan? She's here too. Or, don't even think about my sister. I won't let you have her. Bai Xiachen hurriedly pulled the pipsqueak behind his back into a protective stance, his eyes nervous like those old Gramps would snatch her away. Grandfather, Grandpa, you can seek my uncles to help, can you not? I know Uncle Zhangping and Uncle Sun Huan is capable enough. Once said, Bai Yan shoots a grinning look at the only uncle present in the rear. She's repaying the debt of him trying to throw the medicine sect over her own head from way back. Note: Sun Huan is Heavenly's younger brother, the womanizer. Bai Zhangping's face instantly a shade of white. It's not easy for me to lose the burden of the medicine sect. How did it end up over my head again? A humph. Zhangping promptly coughs to get their attention. Father, you also know my ability. I am only interested in training myself. If the medicine sect falls on my hand, it will be ruined sooner or later. I believe it's best to wait for Yan Yan to give us a new heir again down the road. Chief Wu Wei frowns and cuts in. How can one be enough? My fairy house also needs one. No matter what, I can't rely on my second son to carry the banner. Aside from womanizing, he's good for nothing else. At least Zhangping is obsessed with growing himself. Meanwhile, Sun Huan only knows how to flirt with those females flocking around himself day and night. Immediately, Bai Yan recalled back to the handsome yet flirtatious picture of that second uncle from her father's sides of the family. Their first meeting was of Sun Huan trying to hit on herself and ended up making a fool of himself in the end. At least Uncle Sun Huan isn't out making trouble everywhere. If he is, then that would be troublesome. Then that's decided. Bai Changfeng spoke with a sigh of relief. Yin Yin, you and Deedsong need to work harder and give us some more children. That will solve all the problems we have. This, I'll do my best. Bai Yin gets flushed red from embarrassment. Why does it feel like these two are treating their respective powers like it's a hot potato needing to be tossed away? Bai Xiachen didn't object to the proposal in this case. For the steam bun, so long as he and his little sister didn't get affected, then that's good. As for everyone else, well, they could handle the hot potato all they like. Yin Yin, have you visited the Holy Land yet? Bai Changfeng turns and suddenly asked this. Bai Yin nodded softly replied. I just came over from that side. I also need to visit the Lu Hua Kingdom afterwards to meet everyone at the lawn house. It's unfortunate, but I only have a limited amount of time here. She still needs to find Deedsong, therefore it's the most she could do. Undoubtedly, Bai Changfeng and the rest were slightly disappointed by the poor news. They want to spend more time with Bai Yan, but they also knew she had a lot of work on hand and couldn't stay in one place for long. Yin Yan, if you got work to do, then don't mind us. Your grandfather and grandpa are perfectly fine the way they are. Jun Tian, you being the sensible grandmother, decides to lighten the mood. But if you have some time to spare, then do visit the fairy house. I know Elder Zhongnan and Zhongbei misses you a lot too. Return to the lawn house too. Bai Yan's heart quivered with emotions as she smiled. I'll go back and have a look at them for sure. Zhongnan and Zhongbei's relationship may not be as strong as her three shifas from the Holy Land, but they are genuine and still her Shifu. What's more, the love they gave couldn't be more authentic. She felt it, truly felt it, like a parent raising a child kind of truth. For that, she would never forget them. We should go now, there's still a lot of places we must visit. Jun Tianyu's eyes are a bit red as this grandmother grasped the woman's hand. She's reluctant to separate from her granddaughter after such a short reunion. Chief Wu Wei saw this and immediately went over to his wife's side. He understood the pain this was causing and tightly hugged that shoulder so she would let go. No words would be comforting, so he didn't speak. Oh right. Bai Yan suddenly remembered an important message she had to pass on. My father has found my mother. They are together at this point. The couple, who was initially still feeling sad, promptly froze in their hug. Instantly a look of joy filled their faces. Is what you said true? Yun Feng found your mother? How come they didn't come home together? Flashing a spark of gloom in her eyes, Bai Yan didn't want to worry them. He is in a place that has a seal. For the time being they can't leave. But don't worry. He and my mother will return together. Ha ha. Laughing with tears flowing down his face, Chief Wu Wei kept nodding his head. That's good, that's good. As long as he is safe, then I can't ask for anything more. That year I did the stupidest thing possible and nearly ruined Yun Feng. Now that when Yun Feng was safe and sound, the father felt the burden lifting from his shoulder. Jun Tianyu also felt relieved and secretly wiped the tears from the corner of her eye. She's a mother. To be able to know her son was happy was something she always wanted. Yin Yin, you are really the lucky star of our fairy house. Since you appeared, we've not only got news of Ninger, your mother, they're also reunited. I'm so happy I can't begin to describe my happiness. Oh yes, did you know our two families have all reached the celestial rank? The celestial rank for a cultivator may not be much elsewhere, but in the human world, it's the pinnacle of power. Bai Yan would like to continue explaining her father's situation, but upon further thought and the sensitivity of Heavenly's existence, she decides to hold it in. It's best for the man to explain it himself when the time comes. Grandfather, grandpa, uncle, grandma, it's time for us to go. The Demon Queen gets a bit emotional as she glanced over her relatives. I believe a time will come where we're all reunited again. Please wait for that day. Jun Tianyu quickly nodded in agreement. She's very proud of this granddaughter and never questioned her ability to achieve anything in life. Then turning to her uncle Bai Zhamping, Bai Yan's eyes grew naughty. Uncle, I know you are not getting any younger, so I hope the next time I return, you will have an aunt waiting for me. Bai Zhamping's face turned to stone. I will try, I will try. Humph. Bai Changfeng snorts and sounded very displeased. You've been saying that for so long, you can't keep fooling us anymore. I'm giving you a final deadline. If you can't get a wife before Xiachen gets one, then I will stuff the medicine sect over your head. Father, you're really going too far. Bai Zhamping grits his clattering teeth in horror. Just now when Bai Changfeng mentioned that he would let Bai Yan's children take over, he honest to God thought he was safe. When did his freedom become so frail and pricey? Return to the lawn house 3. Shut up. Wait until you bring back a wife, then we can talk. Until then, you as a man that doesn't have a wife or child have no right to talk. Bai Changfeng huffs and puffs and was ready to blow his son apart. Bai Zhamping couldn't talk back. Instead, he turns to Bai Yan for help using those pleading eyes. Yet, rather than speaking up for her uncle, Bai Yan acts like she didn't see him and chuckled. That's a good arrangement, that way we won't have to bother my children in the future. The medicine sect will depend on you, uncle. Hearing this, Bai Zhamping's face turned green with despair. This girl thinks I can't find a woman home? No matter, Xiachen will take another decade before he gets a wife, I still have plenty of time. How hard can it be to fall in love? Let's go then, children. After giving her final farewell, Bai Yan led the way with her 3 kids for the next location. We're going to the Luhua Kingdom. Since Bai Yan first appeared in the Holy Land, the news of her return has spread like wildfire. Of the most shocked and happiest would have to be the Beast Tamer sect's leader Fang Yufeng, who swore fealty to the Steam Bun way back. You're saying Mrs. Bai Yan and her son is back? Yes, my lord, we got credible confirmation that they say her heading into the Holy Land. Right now her current projection should be the medicine sect with the latest information we have. The person below respectfully reported. Fang Yufeng slowly sat back down on his chair after he jumped up earlier, his chest thumping uncontrollably with excitement. Have Elder Lei go seek an audience with Mrs. Bai Yin on our behalf. No, I better go in person instead. After all, she and her son is no longer the same anymore. Back then in the palace ground, he didn't know Bai Yan's identity and merely swore fealty to Bai Xiachen due to the glass dragon submitting to the boy. However, with more and more news returning of her grand feat over the years, he understood it's not only her son that's incredible and part of the prophecy, but she too was a woman of legendary proportion. Like being the granddaughter of the medicine sect and fairy house. Like her husband being the ruler of the demon realm. Without a doubt, he's absolutely grateful that the destined child in the prophecy wasn't Nangong Lin. I wonder if those of the Bai house and Crown Prince's manor were to be alive today, would they regret their decisions knowing her identity? Luhua Kingdom. Like always, the bustling noise from the tea shops and local vendors didn't change. It's just as lively as Bai Yin remembered while walking through memory lanes. However, right as she was about to come before the estate that she had in this kingdom, mainly kept in order by her subordinate Hualuo of the flower brothel, a loud commotion caught her ears from the side. It's a loud screeching cry of pain from the manor next to her own, accompanied then by a scolding voice of a middle-aged man chasing a round ball of flesh through the front door. Stinking brat, you really grown now, how dare you tease girls in open daylight on the streets? I will definitely break your legs today. Return to the lawn house for. Wang Deqiu angrily chased his son out from the inside with a whipping stick in hand. He's showing the brat what it means to be a human being. In response, the chubby repeatedly jumped and rolled at the pain on his butt. He's screaming like a banshee, which soon caused the passerby on the street to look over. Suddenly, Wang Deqiu's whipping action stopped, his face slowly looking up to make a surprised face at the woman standing at the neighboring door. Mr. Wang, it's been a long time. Bai Yin greets the former neighbors with a friendly smile. Even after several years, these two are still like this and unable to control their temper and attitude. Boss! Wang Xiaoping the chubby exclaims in joy after seeing the steambun's figure. He's all tears and sobs all over that squealy face. Boss, you are finally back. Woohoo, my father wants to kill me, you must save me. Bai Xiachen looked to his friend who's leaking snot all over. Immediately, his expression sank. Xiaoping, did you make your father angry again? I didn't do much, I only teased a young lady on the street a bit. I didn't touch her or anything really. The chubby cries and defends himself. Wang Xiaoping, it is wrong to tease a little girl. You must change this bad habit of yours. Otherwise no one will want to be your wife later. The way he speaks, the steambun sounds like he's a small adult already and knows better. Wang Deqiu's heart instantly sighed at this image. Look at how sensible other people's children are. And look at his own. How could there be a comparison? He would be lucky if this darn brat didn't send him to an early grave. Mr. Deqiu, how come you are here in the Luhua Kingdom and not at the fairy house? Bai Yin didn't pay heed to the kid's conversation and spoke with her neighbor instead. Making a friendly smile, the man understood why she would ask such a question. Actually, I chose to come live here. Staying at the fairy house to act as the gatekeeper is simply not suitable for me anymore after experiencing the freedom on the outside. That's why I brought my kids with me and moved back here. Bai Yin raised an eyebrow. That's good to hear. I thought you were wronged by the fairy house and left. Wronged? How is that possible, Mrs. Bai Yin? After they learned of my connection with you and Xiachen, everyone treats me with the utmost respect and wouldn't think about crossing me. Wang Deqiu proudly cocks his head up like a damn peacock. Like father like son. The chubby immediately shot his father a remark to bring him back to earth. If it weren't for me being friends with boss, would you even have the opportunity to know Sister Bai Yin? Wang Deqiu's prideful face instantly disappeared over his son's call out. Going green, the man shot a fierce stare at the chubby for warning. And sure enough, it worked and sent the kid packing to hide behind Bai Xiachen for cover. Boss, this lovely little sister is. Suddenly, Wang Xiaoping noticed the tiny pipsqueak standing next to Bai Yin. His eyes lit up at the sight of the adorableness. On the other hand, Bai Xiachen's face went black. Xiaoping, I'm warning you, she's my little sister, so you better not have any ideas about her. Otherwise, I will break your leg. Haha. If she's your little sister, then she's my little sister. How can I have ideas about my little sister? The chubby pats his chest and spoke with reassurance. Don't worry, I will do my utmost to protect our sister. First shooting his friend a look, then assessing that chubbiness, the steam bun puckers his lip to the side and commented. Don't assume my sister is weak just because of her age. She is likely stronger than you, so if there's danger, she will probably have to protect you instead. Return to the lawn house 5. How is that possible? Wang Xiaoping made a disbelieving face. Your sister is still so young, how can she protect me? Di Lingyan's beamed with naughty light after that remark. With a grinning face, she caught up to the chubby spot and reached out to grab his hand. All smiles at the physical contact. Boss, your little sister is trying to be friends with me. Hiss, painful. From the surface, the pipsqueak's hand doesn't appear strong or threatening, but the grip she performed on the chubby was on a level he never experienced. It's crushing his bone and causing the boy to shout and tear up. Chubby brother, how come you are so frail? Di Lingyan loosens her tiny hand and spoke with glee in those eyes. Even I am stronger than you. Rubbing his hand like an injured rabbit, the chubby showed confusion and fear at the girl's innocent appearance. This was especially true when the pipsqueak started to swing her body left and right. It's alarming and caused him to jolt backwards. Wang Deqiu was equally as shocked. This little girl is only 2 years old at best, right? A 2 years old have this much power. As expected of Bai Yan's daughter. Haha. Wang Deqiu snickers a grin at his own son. That face taking joy in the disaster befalling the chubby. How is that? I like to see you go tease girls again. You think you can tease just anyone? Better let you learn the hard way before it's too late. The chubby puffs his cheeks up like a pumpkin over the remark. Is this even my old man? How can he be so happy that his son is being taught a lesson? Mr. Deqiu, I'm going to visit the lawn house right now. If someone from the flower brothel visits, could you pass on a message for me to have them gather at my manor until my return? Okay. Wang Deqiu nodded. During this period, they've often sent people over to clean your estate. I'm sure one of them will be coming later today. Bai Yan smiled with warmth and sighed. Thank you, then I'll leave the matter to you. Xiachen Lingyan Jintian, come, we're going now. Having said that, she turned for the lawn house in the other direction. The lawn house, compared with the fall of a few years ago, have long transformed into a new light. Countless strong people would visit just so they could have a chance to make a connection with the 3 great powers through their hands. However, this family never thought about doing that, hence their refusal to entertain these individuals and turned a blind eye. Unfortunately, those hopeful souls didn't understand this fact and continued to pester the Lan house. As a result, old Lord Lan was forced to stay inside his home for a period of time. Only then did the stampede of visitors quench for a while. Nevertheless, the number of visitors continued to block the doors of the estate. This was the startling picture that welcomed Bai Yan when she arrived outside to the long lines. Mother, are these relatives of the Lan house? Why haven't I met them before? Bai Xiachen rubs his nose and asked in bewilderment. I suspect they are here seeking an audience with them. Bai Yan shrugged. Xiachen, look after your siblings while we're here. Okay. The steam bun was afraid of them hurting her sister, so he immediately pulled the pipsqueak closer, while leaving the little glutton to their mother. Hey, don't cut in line. It's then a person yelled in scolding tone while they walked over. Do you not see us all waiting in line? If want to meet Lord Lan, then wait like the rest of us in the back. Bai Yan ignored this rude man and continued forward. She had no reason to entertain these strangers. Return to the lawn house 6. Bai Xiachen's eyebrow gently formed a frown at the voice, but since he saw Bai Yan didn't pay the guy any heed, he didn't either and continued to follow. Hey, I'm talking to you, did you hear that? What's wrong with you? The young man in line saw that he's being ignored and spoke again with more vigor in his angry voice. However, right as he's about to call Bai Yan out some more, the guards to the lawn house noticed the commotion and promptly came over. Lady Bai Yan, you're back. The guard was full of excitement that he nearly stuttered in his words. Do you need me to inform the housemaster? No, I'll just go in on my own. Bai Yan dismissively shakes her head and walked in without turning around. The young man stared blankly at the woman in red without noticing she had already gone inside. He's stiff and awkward when asking the doorman. This brother, just now that lady. Which lady of the lawn house is she? The guard looked back at the youth, his face unfriendly to say the least. What do you think? Lady. Bai Yan. How many Bai Yan was there in the lawn house? The youth's face got palish white, his teeth beginning to clatter due to the intense fear filling his veins. Haha, aside from the adopted daughter of the lawn house, who else would I address so politely? You really got some nerve. How dare you behave rudely before her ladyship? I bet no one in the entire land dares to do what you just did. The youth went numb as he collapsed to the ground. Mrs. Lan Yu's adopted daughter, the disciple of the Holy Land's elders, the granddaughter of the medicine sect and fairy house. God, I dared to have the lawn house's lady go to the back and line up? Others are coming to their senses by then. With sympathetic eyes toward the youth, they wanted to both snicker and laugh at the same time. Thank goodness we didn't speak up earlier, otherwise we will be in the same shoe as him. He would be lucky if he's not hated by the lawn house. The youth's face was getting whiter and whiter after understanding the blunder he's incurred. Not daring to stay any longer, he quickly climbs up from the ground and fled with the tail behind his legs. Guard brother, when will old Lord Lan be willing to meet guests? Only after that fleeing figure disappear from view did a person ask. Oh, our housemaster is feeling unwell, so we're not meeting guests. Unwell? When did a cultivator become so frail? Who you kidding? But no one dared to question the doorman's word and continued. That's all right, we can keep waiting here until old Lord Lan is well and willing to meet us. Don't mind us, Mr. Guard, we will be fine right here. These people are all famous individuals on these parts, respected and strong in their own rights. Yet in front of a lowly doorman, they had no choice but to keep a friendly attitude without looking weak. As the old saying goes, once a person rises, all the cronies beneath them gets it too. Lawn house inner courtyard. Di Ling Yan's bright little eyes curiously scanned the place with shining stars flashing from within. Mother, is this great-grandfather Lan's home? Yes. Bai Yan warmly caresses her daughter's hair. This is where your grandmother Lan Yu grew it from. I was adopted by her during my childhood and was greatly loved. Her side of the family too, they're all wonderful people who wouldn't yield to power and evil. During my darkest time, they are the ones who stood by my side, so don't forget this bond. That said, a strong powerful emotion swirls out from within those eyes. Bai Yan couldn't stop staring at the familiar grounds that gave her such good memories. The visitors won. Cousin, you are back. A cry of surprise came from the front. When Bai Yan looked up, she's suddenly welcomed by that woman wearing her iconic light blue dress and rushing over. She's all smiles and sweet like a wonderful apple. Compared with a few years ago, today's Lan Xiaoyun was more beautiful and mature, giving off a genuine air of beauty with posture. Big Bai. It's exactly in the moment where Bai Yan wanted to open her mouth. Another familiar voice cuts in from the side. Stunned due to how unexpected this was, Bai Yan had to take a second to shift her sight over to that young white figure. He has a beautiful handsome face. Like the girl, the young man was also dyed with excitement as he strolled over. Wenru? Why is this guy at the lawn house? Using the momentary stupor due to his own entry, Wenru, the guy who lost to Bai Yan in a contest all those years ago, quickly came up and made a aggrieved face. He's all sad and pitiful like a abandoned pet who needs comfort from his mistress. Big Bai, you and little Bai left for so many years. Why didn't you come back sooner? I've been so lonely without company. Looking at the boy's silly yet lovable face, Bai Yan smirked in amusement as she rubbed her own chin and thought. Wenru, shouldn't you be explaining to me on why you're here first? When did you become so familiar with the lawn house? Rubbing his nose shyly, the guy shot a peek over to Lan Xiaoyun before answering. Well, isn't Xiaoyun your cousin? Since you left, I've been watching over the lawn house for you. This way I can also know the first moment you come back. Don't you know how hard it is to keep track of your whereabouts? Is that right? Bai Yan's grin deepens greatly as her sight shifted between the two like she's seeing candy in a jar. Why do I feel like you're out for something else instead? Hearing this, Wenru immediately lowered his head in embarrassment because he got caught. Indeed, he's here for Lan Xiaoyun. After his first meeting with this frank and kind girl, he's been captivated by her free-spirited personality. It's just that some words mustn't be spoken aloud, otherwise even the friendship would be gone. Cousin, you misunderstood Sir Wenru. Lan Xiaoyun hooks her arms around Bai Yan's. He came on behalf of the flower brothel, there's no other meaning. Bai Yan and Bai Xiachen shot each other a look due to this behavior. When did she begin to defend for others? Big Bai. When Ru's clear clean eyes turns to the twins. This must be the twins mentioned by Xiaoyun before. Oh my, they are so lovely. Only you and your husband can produce such fine children. He reached out his hand and pinched the twins' cheek. Ling Yan was very curious at this handsome young man. However, her twin brother Jin Tian was more upset due to being chubbier. Uncle, I'm already fatter than my sister and brother. If you keep pinching my cheek, then I will grow even fatter. Jin Tian protests unhappily. The visitors, too. In reality, Jin Tian wasn't considered chubby at all. His body was small and could be lifted up by one hand. However, he had baby fat on his face that never faded, therefore he appeared more chubby than he really was. Xiaoyun, who did you say just came back? Old Lord Lan and others came running after hearing the news. There's a long line behind the old grandpa due to the commotion, but none were more emotional than the old madam with her crutch in hand. She's choking for words as the tears swelled outward. Cousin. Lan Xiaoling and Lan Xiaoyan were full of joy. They are Bai Yan's two male cousin and was just as happy to see their lucky star. And Xiaochim, you're all back. With great happiness of her own, Bai Yan felt so warmed inside at the family gathered before herself. Grandfather, grandmother, big cousin, second cousin, I'm back. How come uncle and aunt is missing? Oh don't worry Yan, my father is accompanying my mother to her side of the family. I bet they would be turning in their stomachs if they knew you were coming back during their visit. Lan Xiaoyun explains gleefully and gives the woman another hug. It's been more than 2 years since Bai Yan left the human world. You rascal, why didn't you tell us in advance that you were coming back? Old Lord Lan huffs a grunt despite being equally as excited. He just couldn't keep his old habits away and puts on a stubborn front. If you had given us notice, I would have had the servants prepare everything and removed those outside the door. They didn't try to block you, did they? Toward these unwelcome door knockers, all of the family members present were resentful and disliked the attention. They've been harassed on multiple occasions already, so staying inside was their only recourse. Speaking of which, I've wanted to ask this myself. Bai Yan's mood seems to get serious. Do all those people come to the lawn house every day? The old Gramp sighed. That's already considered small. Before it was the entire street being flooded. I couldn't do anything, so I and the rest of the family hid ourselves inside the home. Only then did some of them lose the idea of seeing us. Bai Yan's frown grew deeper as a result. She had previously let loose her relationship with the lawn house so they would rise and not be picked on again. But if it's going to affect their lives, then what point was there? Grandfather, next time don't hold back and drive them away. It doesn't matter if you throw them out or use a broom. Bai Yan sneered with contempt at those people who wants to use her family. Taken aback for a bit, old Lord Lan's voice sounded hesitant. Is that okay? Wouldn't it affect the medicine sect's reputation? What if people start saying we are using your connection to bully the weak? What of it? This land has always been about the strong. Bai Yan doesn't hold back. Since the lawn house is at the top, then it's only normal we behave as such. Why should we care about what others think when they have nothing to do with us? In the future, let the public know that a visitation slip must be sent beforehand. And if they don't get a reply, that's a rejection on your part. The visitors, 3, old Lord Lan got quiet there. He's lived for so long yet didn't understand that simple fact. On this piece of land, the strong holds the truth, and the weak can only submit. Since their lawn house has the support of the medicine sect, what should they be afraid of? Of course, if it's only with the lawn house, then this old grandfather would have driven them away without a second of hesitation. But this wasn't. What if their actions brought a bad name to Bai Yan and those close to her? That wasn't an outcome he wanted to become a reality. Big cousin, second cousin, you will need to take charge of the lawn house in the future. If Grandpa gets too worried and can't decide, both of you make it for him instead. Bai Yan smiles reassuringly. Our lawn house will never need to rely on others to dictate our actions from now on. The eyes of the Lan brothers were beaming. They had long wanted to drive those annoying pests away, so this permission was a genuine blessing. Seriously, it's bad enough they're stopping them from going outside like usual. It's even worse when they try to dump their daughters into their hands like some sort of gift. It's insane. Bai Yen then turns back to her grandfather, Old Lord Lan. Grandfather, from my recollection, you were never one to do things so wishy-washy. Why are you distorting your own standards now? Is it because of me? In that case, I'm telling you that you need to fear nothing. No one can make me or any of us do what they want. It will only be us dictating others now and into the future. Indeed, Old Lord Lan was worrying about too many things. Before he would dare make a stand before the royal family despite having no backing. And what did he do now? He's bending his own standards after gaining status and power. If that's not irony, then what else was it? In addition, you have to remember, grandfather. Bai Yan's expression grew serious. Standing behind you isn't the medicine sect, but me. I do not need to rely on anyone else to protect others. I alone am enough to make this land tremble. No matter what happens, I will always stand behind you and the rest of the family. If others have an opinion, then they can take it up with me in the demon realm. I like to see them cross over to see me if they dare. After that proud proclamation, Bai Yan's figure was powerful and reliable, giving off a dominating air akin to her own husband's. Feeling emotional at the support, Old Lord Lan quickly nodded. I understand, I've been foolish for no real reason. From now on I won't lower my standards for the sake of others. I will only do what we like. That's right. Bai Yan smiles right into her eye after hearing what she wanted. Grandfather, your current strength is also at the celestial rank. It's time you take out the air of being a supreme being in these lands. I do not want someone to mistake the Lan House as an easy target for no apparent reason other than being quiet. Having your lives affect like this is silly and unreasonable. If I had known my exposure would cause such trouble for all of you, then I would have warned the world loud and clear from the very beginning. When she refined the divine Goddan pills, she had divided it among her family and friends. One of them was Old Lord Lan, who got a share for the first batch. Ha 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 ha. The old Gramps cheerfully laughed. A few years ago, he wouldn't even dream about becoming one of the strongest beings on these lands, and now it's reality. Divine Goddan pill? Lan Xiaoyan hurriedly spoke up with intense curiosity. Cousin, do you still have more of those pills? The visitors for? Bai Yan shook her head. I've distributed all of the ones I refined before. If necessary, I can make more for you. However, your strength is not enough to take it yet. It's too risky the way you are. First ascend to a higher rank, then we will see if you're suitable for that. Yes, cousin. The Demon Queen's assurance was enough for Lan Xiaoyun. She's never doubted her cousin, so she's not going to start now. Ling Yan Jin Tian, go greet your great-grandfather and great-grandmothers. Bai Yin pats the twins to come forward. The two little ones never shied away since birth, so they sweetly came before the two grandparents. Hello, great-grandfather, great-grandmother. Ache, good child. Old Madame Lan crouched down and lovingly gave the two soft buns a heart hug to satiate her melting heart. The more she looked, the happier appeared on the face. Grandma, you're a lot younger looking than before. Bai Yin saw that there was no trace of wrinkles on her grandmother and brought it up. Really? Old Madame Lan stroked her face in joy. It's probably because of the medicine you gave me before. I always take one each month. Now when I go out, no one will even believe me when I say I'm 60-something years old. Cultivators age like everyone else, but once they achieve a certain power level, they would stop aging on the surface. For someone like old Madame Lan, she's not nearly strong enough to be eternally youthful on the surface, hence her reliance on Bai Yan's medicine and drugs to retain her youthful appearance. Cousin, how long are you going to be back this time? Lan Xiaoyan, the second male cousin, asks with smiles of his own. We all miss you a lot. Bai Yan hung her eyes down due to her disappointing answer. I will probably go back to the demon realm tomorrow. This time I'm only here to show Ling Yan and Jin Tian the place I used to live. They never seen any of you, so I wanted them to at least get that. Is that so? Lan Xiaoyan couldn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He expected more than a night of staying since it's their long-awaited reunion. Yen. Old Madame Lan puts the two milk buns down and reached out to hold the woman's hand. Will you be staying here at the Lan estate tonight? Bai Yin wanted to refuse, but suddenly saw hopeful light in her grandmother's eyes. Whatever word she had in mind was lost to the tummy. Okay, we will stay here for the night. Besides, I believe there will be other people coming after they hear of my return. If any of you get word of the flower brothel and demon beast sect coming, Let them come see me. Bai Yan pauses to think. And if Wang Deqiu and his son comes too, go ahead and let them come see me as well. Smiles all over the face, old Madame Lan pats her granddaughter's hand in delight. Then what about the palace? Her Highness the Dowager was mentioning about you before. If the Queen Mother and my student Nangong Zhuan wants to come, then that's fine too. As for everyone else, I'm not interested. She did not forget how the world treated her prior to the relationship with the Holy Land was exposed. Aside from those mentioned few people, she had no reason to keep contact with anyone else. Okay, go rest first. I'm sure you and the kids are tired after a long journey back. Old Madame Lan relaxes after getting her wish. The visitors 5. Cousin, I've kept the room you used to use in proper condition. You can go ahead and use it right away. But Ling Yan and Jin Tian will need a new room. Lan Xiaoyun grins mischievously. And I want to sleep with you today, cousin. Bai Xiachen immediately clung onto his mother's arm after that comment and stared at the girl with alertness. Auntie, how come you are trying to hog my mother as soon as we arrive? I know my father will not spare you if he finds out. Puckering her lips into a pinch. What does it matter, Xiachim? Your father is not around right now. It's not often I get to see your mother, so let me have this one night. If not, let Ling Yan and Jin Tian sleep with me tonight. I want to snuggle with them. I'm sure they are soft and cuddly. Bai Xiachen gawked in astonishment. Recalling back to the past, this auntie of his would stick to him like glue. And now he's got a feeling that he's an extra that's unwanted. Bai Yan reached out and knocked her cousin's head. Quit making a fuss, you go rest by yourself. Xiachen is going to accompany Ling Yan, and Jin Tian likes to sleep by himself. As for me, I'm used to sleeping on my own too. Ah. Lan Xiaoyun pouts like a child that didn't get their toy. Xiachen, Ling Yan, Jin Tian, go have a good rest for now, we will be getting some visitors later. Making a lazy stretch, Bai Yan found herself to be more and more tired recently. This wasn't exactly normal, yet it wasn't so odd either that it warrants special attention. Since Bai Yan appeared on the human world, news of her return spread like wildfire and caused people from all over to visit. As a result, the entire Lu Hua kingdom was suddenly bombarded by travelers making their way over to the Lan House. Unfortunately for these hopeful individuals, the Lan House wasn't so kind this time around. They're putting up a tough front and blocked off their doors to drive them away. This saddened the visitors, but it also relieved the guards at the door since they no longer needed to deal with this bunch. Sunset. At this moment in the back courtyard of the Lan House, Bai Yan was laying comfortably inside a pavilion with her legs stretched out like a seductive snake. She's incredibly mesmerizing in her posture that could easily win a man over. Hualuo Fong Yufeng, I didn't expect both of you to arrive at the same time. It's been so long since we met. Bai Yan gracefully sat up, her lips donning a stunning smile. How is the flower brothel and demon beast sect doing? Hualuo, the head lady of the brothel, spoke first. Mistress, I've been developing as you instructed. If not for the 3 powers having celestial rank cultivators, we would have caught up long ago. Narrowing her eyes in at the last line, Bai Yan examines her subordinate with careful scrutiny. Gradually she chuckles in appeasement. Very good, you've made incredible progress while I was away. With your strength it's possible for you to take Divine Goddan pill to advance further. I believe it's due for you to head into the celestial rank. Full of joy on her face, the lady flew into elation. Thank you, mistress. Nangong Zhuan's will won, milady. Then amid Bai Yan's momentary daze of watching the 2 people leaving, a maid hurried over and spoke. The palace's people have come. The palace. Bai Yan curves her lips into a great smile. Aside from Her Highness the Dowager and Nangong Zhuan, the others can stay outside. Once they know that she's back, it's unavoidable those from the court would come seeking an audience. However, there's only 2 who would be granted an audience. As for the rest, they could get lost for all she cares. But obviously this time the Demon Queen was wrong in her guess. Aside from the mentioned 2 people she's willing to meet, no one else came, including the previous king. They've been firmly warned to stay away by Nangong Zhuan, who has become the new king. Back then when Bai Yan accepted the bullied young orphan prince as her student, his life had gone through heaven and earth. No longer was he a disdained child. He was prized as the only connection to the great powers. On top of that, The previous king abducted the throne in haste and installed the boy as the new ruler. But time wasn't without its difficulties for Nangong Juan. At the beginning he knew nothing, nor did he want to use the Lan house and others to his own benefit. Of course, Bai Zhongping of the medicine sect knew of the boy's troubles and secretly moved things, but that didn't change the efforts of the young lad who had no experience. Fortunately, he survived the great difficulties and earned his own place in life. Front courtyard. The afterglow of the sunset poured down and fell upon a young man who stood stoically along the leading path. He was accompanied by the dowager, who was clearly younger and alive than a few years ago. "Majesties, the lady wants to see both of you now," the maid respectfully reports. Nangong Juan nodded to the young maid and took his grandmother's arm to head inside. Immediately after they entered to the back area, they were welcoming with the sight of that dazzling female in the pavilion. Just like in his memory, that reddish figure was a shining beam of hope, bringing warmth to his world at first glance. Even if Bai Yan never taught him anything but was his teacher only in name, she's given him way more than he could ever ask for. "Dowager little Juan, you're here?" Bai Yan stood up to welcome the two familiar faces, where she fell into a momentary trance after seeing the old queen's sleekish black hair. "It's been a while since I met the dowager, but it appears she's gotten younger, looking like my grandmother here. They are probably using my Dan pills like instructed before." Flushing red in the eyes due to the emotions running through his vein, Nangong Juan was full of attachment towards this benefactor. "Shifu, I did not fail to live up to your hopes. Right now, the Luhua kingdom has become the leader of the four kingdoms." Blinking after hearing those words, she promptly turned towards the youngster, who has grown by leaps and bounds. He's no longer a young kid, but a mature young man who's quite handsome in his own right. "Little Juan, you've grown magnificently. Also, you do need to address me as so. I took you as my student because I fancied your talent, but I failed as your teacher since I couldn't teach you anything over the years due all the circumstances." Nangong Juan's will, too, that word of being called Shifu, left her feeling very much guilty inside. On the other hand, Nangong Juan was stunned and started at the woman with an inexplicable look of shock, like he's ready to cry. "Shifu, do you not want me anymore?" Bai Yin smiled and shook her head. "I just feel that I failed in being your Shifu and doesn't deserve it. I taught you nothing so far. Whatever achievement you have today is your own effort. In just a few years this boy's strength has increased a lot, and perhaps in the future he would stand at the peak of this world. It was Xiachen who saved me from the hands of that bully. I didn't have a mother, and it was you who let me have a taste of a mother's warmth in that few days we were together. In this life, I will only look to you as my Shifu and mother." Nangong Juan stubbornly raises his face, those eyes determined and unyielding. "I know where you are now, isn't it just the celestial realm? Wait 10 years, after 10 years I will definitely go find you." Bai Yan's smile became more and more obvious. "All right, I'll gladly wait for you." Nangong Juan breaks into a smile at the approval. "Shifu, my father ran away from home since last year and left me the Luhua kingdom. I'm not able to do it yet, but I promise that I will turn this kingdom into a nation worthy to stand beside the three great powers. I will turn it into an empire. That way you won't lose face when I go to the celestial realm." His Shifu was recognized as the most extraordinary person in these lands. Therefore, how could he bring shame to Bai Yan's prestige by bringing nothing to the table? "It's good to have ambitions," Bai Yan pats the young lad on the shoulder. "Since you already assumed the position of a king, where's your queen?" Nangong Juan shakes his head. "I don't want to marry a wife so quickly. I envy you and your husband, Shifu. In the future, I also want to have only one love for one life. Until I meet a suitable woman, I won't marry." A cultivator's life expectancy was extremely long anyways. He had plenty of time to wait. "That's fine, I like and support your idea." Bai Yin felt proud of the boy's determination and pleasing personality. Turning to the dowager, "Your Highness, I hope that you won't force Juan to marry either. I want him to be happy." The Empress Dowager smiled bitterly as a response. "I don't have a problem with my grandson not marrying either, but those ministers have other ideas in mind and constantly attempts to dump their daughters on him. I was hoping you can speak with them and refuse on Juan's behalf." Yenner. Bai Yin narrowed her eyes in thought. Why do kings and emperors have all numbers of wives? Probably not because the man himself actually liked those females, but rather it's because of the ministers wanting to send their daughters into the royal bedchamber. Highness, you can tell them to come speak to me next time. I will be happy to lecture them on this subject in the demon realm. Since the barrier separating all three realms are gone, I know they can travel if they dared. The dowager's heart slowly eased up at the promise. Going to the demon realm to find her? Those ministers wouldn't dare. Little Juan, I haven't taught you anything, so I've always felt guilty about failing you as your mentor. This is a good opportunity, so take these elixirs. They can help you greatly in your cultivation. Nangong Juan's Will 3. Bai Yin took out a few bottles from the storage ring and wanted to stuff them into Nangong Juan's hand. Yet, instead of accepting the gift, the lad quickly withdrew his hand and placed it behind himself. Shifu, I want to rely on my own strength to find you. I don't want your elixirs to enhance my own power. If I do, would that still be me? Nangong Juan's eyes became more and more determined. Moreover, I believe in myself, and one day, I will catch up with you with my own efforts. Between her astonished eyebrows, Bai Yin didn't miss the dazzling stars in the lad's gaze. It's powerful and strong without any hint of deception or weakness. After a long time, she puts away the bottles and laughed. All right, I will wait for you to come to me using your own ability. I also believe in you. With your talent, I know it won't take long. However, I will still teach you about alchemy and the experiences I gained during my own cultivation. Come back tomorrow and I will have the materials ready. In fact, the book she planned to give the young king had been prepared before. She's only missing a few pages to complete the content. Extra day would allow her to finish it. This time Nangong Juan did not refuse and formed a shallow smile of joy. Thank you, Shifu. Bai Yan's eyes nearly fell into a trance at that familiar manner of speaking. It reminded this demon queen too much of herself during times of hardship. Mother. It's then during her trance, a milky voice cuts in, followed closely by the sound of staggering steps rushing into her arms. Bai Xiachen had been following closely behind the baby milk bun with worry in his eyes. The boy's afraid of his little sister accidentally falling. Ling Yan, this is your granny dowager. Bai Yin places her daughter down after a brief hug. And this young boy is also your big brother. Hello, granny dowager. The little girl's smile was sweet, and her voice were soft and sticky like a rice dumpling. In particular were those two dimples on the cheek. It's like there's sweet wine in there, which warms the heart of those on the receiving end. Such a beautiful little girl, is she your daughter? The dowager showed a completely surprised face. She had seen many little girls of this age, but none of them were as delicate and lovely as Di Lingyan was. Her face was red and fluttering with sheen in those watery eyes. One only needs a glance to know she's clever and naughty. Such a little girl is really likable. Big brother. Di Lingyan turns to Nangong Juan and spoke with her crisp cuddly voice. Hug. She opened her arms and looked like she wanted to hug. Nangong Zun's heart was about to melt under that adorableness. Without forethought, his body moved as requested and attempts to lift that baby. However, right as he did so, Bai Xiachen also moved and promptly pulled his little sister to one side behind himself. Ling Yan, how can you ask other boys for hugs? Confused as she blinked those eyes, the pipsqueak tilts her head. But isn't he my big brother too? Why can't I have hugs? She pouted as if she didn't understand why her big brother would be unhappy. Boss. Nangong Juan's immediately formed a smile with those clean eyes. It's been so long. That only made the pipsqueak even more confused. In her view, the new brother was clearly bigger than her big brother, so it didn't make sense to use the word boss. The fairy house's people are here. Bai Xiachen pursed his lips and stared at the young king with wariness in those eyes. Nangong Juan, I treat you like a brother, so you better not have any ideas about my sister. Just now, this bastard's eyes were about to stick to Ling Yan's body. Anyone can tell what he's thinking with a glance. A smile rose from Nangong Juan's young handsome self, patting his boss's shoulder. Boss, your sister is my sister. In this life, I won't let anyone bully our sister. After hearing this, Bai Xiachen's wariness finally eased up a little. You must remember your words today. If you dare hit on my sister, then me and my father will break your legs, you know. Faintly chuckling with a pang of sweat forming on his forehead, the young king understood how close he came to his own doom. There's no way he wouldn't know about his boss's protective nature of this young baby girl. After all, even before Ling Yan was before, the steam bun had already been talking about how he would cherish a little sister. Yin Yan, me and Juaner is purely here to see you. The dowager smiled lovingly as she spoke. Now that we've seen your achievements, I can finally tell your mother Yuer that she can be at peace. Bai Yan's heart shook with emotions at that mention. She's got a lot of feelings about her adopted mother. Lan Yu was not her biological mother, but in her memory, this adoptive mother regarded her as her own. If it weren't for the things that happened later on, maybe the previous Bai Yan wouldn't have been so miserable. If you have the chance in the future, do come back and visit us in the Lu Hua Kingdom more often. We won't bother you now. Juaner, accompany me to see old Madame Lan and the rest of the Lan house. I haven't seen my old friend for some time as well. The dowager sighed lightly due to how fate turned out. If my son Nangong Yuan, former king, had known Bai Yan would turn out so incredible, would he have stopped Nangong Yi's dissolution of the marriage arrangement? Unfortunately, there is no ifs in life. Even if Nangong Yi doesn't withdraw the marriage, I doubt Yenner would continue to accept that arrangement with her temperament. Yes, grandmother. Nangong Juan remains very respectful of her grandmother. Giving the tiny milk bun another look, the boy smiles gently as he leaned down. Sister Ling Yan, if you come again in the future, do come visit me. I will be happy to show you around if possible. After he said these words, the young king promptly turned away to depart under Bai Xiaqin's popping eyes. Bai Yan quietly watched as the pair left. She too wanted to spend more time with those she knew. But she also knew this reunion was short-lived, and forcing it would only make it more painful. Suddenly, right as she was getting a little moody due to the short amount of time she had, the Demon Queen noticed two familiar energy signatures flying over from the sky. Shifu Zhongnan, Shifu Zhongbei. How come you two are here? In the sky, the two old figures gradually descended onto the courtyard, their cheerful voices resonating in the air. Ha ha ha, you didn't come see us in the fairy house, so we naturally had to come after we got word of your return. Bai Yin grinned at that comment. You know you didn't need to come. I had planned to come see you two tomorrow. But since you're here now, that would save me another trip to the fairy house, so I guess it's a good choice. Everyone she wanted to see was now seen, meaning she won't need to spend another day traveling, and could go back to the demon realm at morning. Lassie, I haven't seen you for so long. How are you lately? Zhongbei laughed heartily as he touched the ground. By the way, how come your husband didn't accompany you on this trip? The fairy house's people are here too. With a blank face, she lowered her eyes to cover the dark emotions under those eyes. Then looking back up after a long moment, she lightly smiles. He has other things to do at this period, so I brought my children back only so they can experience meeting all of you. Xiaqin, go find Jin Tian and bring him here to meet his grandchiefess. Okay. The steam bun lights up and quickly nodded before running off. Zhongnan watched that small figure leave before speaking. Xiaqin has grown so much during his time away. He's starting to be much like you and your husband, you know. After saying this, the old Gramps' gaze fell upon the tiny pipsqueak, those eyes gentle and soft. And this girl must be your daughter? Yes, she is my daughter, Di Ling Yan. Bai Yan pats her daughter to move back. Go on, sweetie, go greet your grandchiefess. Hello, grandchiefess. The pipsqueak says with a fantastic voice that could melt the coldest heart. It's too tender and too cuddly. Mother. Not far away, a small milk bun staggered towards Bai Yan until he threw himself into those arms. Did you ask Big Brother to find me? Yes. Bai Yan pinches her boy's little nose and smiled warmly. These two are your grandchiefess as well, quickly go greet them. Turning around to meet Zhongnan and Zhongbei's gaze, the little glutton wasn't as soft as his twin sister. Instead, he proudly announced his words for all to hear. Hello, grandchiefess. Good child. Zhongbei bellowed out a heart laugh at the child's behavior. Yenner, all three of your children are outstanding. I can already imagine them taking a piece of this world for themselves in the future. Biting his finger, the little glutton didn't really understand and asked with his cute face. The world? Is it tasty? Zhongbei was stunned for a moment, chuckled as he replied. The world is not a food. Oh, then I don't want it, said the little glutton. I only want to eat good food. If it's not tasty, then I don't need it. Zhongnan stared at the boy with that baby fat before breaking out into a grin. All three of them have such strong personality, Yenner. Xiachen is more mature and stable with a growing domineering attitude like your husband's. Lingyan is clever and smart just like you. Jin Tian is absolutely adorable in how silly he is. Bai Yin doesn't have a single bad offspring. Although this Jin Tian is a little silly right now, but his desires are cut and dry. If he focuses this aspect correctly, he will achieve some marvelous things. I know he will. I don't need them to be outstanding in the future. I just want them to live life in peace and happiness. Watching her kids in front of herself, the demon queen felt complete and whole. That's why I am so desperate to grow stronger. It's so I can bring forth a peaceful and prosperous world. The two brothers from the fairy house had nothing more to add to that statement. They know this disciple of theirs had great goals in life. Whether it's for herself or those around, she's destined to achieve it eventually. Lassie, won't you go back to the fairy house with us for a while? Zhongbei was silent for a second before bringing forth his wish. There are others over there who misses you as well. The fairy house's people are here 3. Bai Yin smiled faintly. Those who truly miss me is likely only you two and my close family members over there. I'm afraid the others are only asking for me because of my powers. To speak the truth, I don't like the fairy house. I can forgive grandfather for what he did out of consideration for my father, but the mistake of everyone else, I won't forgive them. How could she those at the fairy house when they forced her parents to separate? What, just so they could offer the guy to that fake goddess? Compared to the fairy house, she prefers the Holy Land and medicine sect. Therefore, unless it's for her father's sake, she would not be entering that unhappy place again in the near future. Zhongnan opened his mouth, wanting to argue the point but felt his student there was speaking the truth. Bai Yin was a disciple of the Holy Land elders, the granddaughter of Bai Changfeng who controls the medicine sect, and her alchemy was unmatched in these lands. Let's say she abandoned all these levels of identity, would those at the fairy house still want to accept her existence that came out of wedlock? The answer would be a big fat no. They would have driven her out eventually with threats and framing. I understand, then I will not force you to go back to the fairy house. But if you want to come back next time, do remember to inform us in advance. We will come to you instead. Zhongnan made a weak smile. Bai Yin nodded. I'm leaving the human world tomorrow, and when I come back next time, I'll definitely send a messenger ahead of time for you both. Also, I like to ask both of you to give me greetings to my small uncle since I won't get to see him on this visit. Haha, if the second young master knew that you still remembered him, he would definitely be very excited. Zhongbei bellows out a laugh, scratching her cheek awkwardly since she knew what they were referring. That guy, has he married yet? Ho ho, Zhongnan guffaws a laugh as well. The second young master is still the same old him. He's always flirting with the females at the fairy house and refuses to settle down. Do you know how many times the Lord and Madam beat him for his behavior already? He just doesn't learn. If only he could be even a little bit like your parents, then perhaps he could at the very least take a wife instead of merely playing around. Bai Yin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my father only likes my mother, and my grandfather only has my grandmother. I'm wondering myself as well where he got his flirtatious personality from. None of the family has that characteristic. Zhongnan got quiet like he's musing over the subject. Perhaps he merely didn't find the right one yet? If it could be assumed that way, then it all made sense. Why settle down if you didn't find the right one? After all, none of Bai Yan's family lineage had a case of a womanizer before. Perhaps that guy only plays around because he also wants a woman that he truly loves. If that's the case, Uncle Sun Huan will definitely regret his current behavior. Bai Yan's eyes narrowed into slit. When he meets the woman he likes in the future, these debts he made today will definitely come back and haunt him. No matter his excuse, love affairs aren't so cut and dry. Not to mention he already has several concubines in his home without status. What are they going to do? I can already see him having a headache for years to come. The fairy house's people are here for. Unfortunately, the second young master just didn't listen, and even the good-tempered madam wanted to teach him a lesson. Zhongnan shook his head helplessly. The family discipline of the fairy house was already strict to begin with. It's honestly baffling for such well-disciplined parents to produce such a flirtatious child. Mother. Di Lingyan tugged at Bai Yan's sleeve, her hands rubbing her eyes. I am sleepy, I want nappy. Okay, sweetie. she gentles pecks her daughter on the forehead. I'll take you back to your room to sleep now. After saying this, she raised her head and looked toward Zhongnan and Zhongbei. Shifus, I won't stay and entertain you anymore. But if you want to stay for a while, then I will ask grandfather to arrange the guest rooms for you both. Me and Ling Yan will go back to our room and rest. Zhongnan nodded slowly. Then you go ahead, don't worry about us. We can arrange things ourselves. Hearing this, Bai Yan didn't say much more and turned to her two sons. You two should also go back and rest. We got a long trip back to the demon realm. She had been away for a few days by this point. She's wondering if Ditsong had finished his business and gone back. Not knowing this made her anxious and hoped to return to that silver-haired and purple-robed figure. Flower brothel. What stood before people's eyes were song and laughter. Unlike other brothels where women are miserable and sad all the time, the situation in this establishment was glowing and bright. Most of the girls carried themselves well with fine clothes and respected personal space. However, there are exceptions to everything. In the wine-scented room where Mu Qing Song resides, this former mistress of the Music Valley was currently being taken advantage of by a pair of filthy hands from a fatso. Her body was no longer as white and clean as before. Instead, she had bruises in certain places and was forced to smile before her guests. By the way, did you hear? Bai Yan of the Lu Hua Kingdom has returned in recent days. Mu Qing Song was just in the middle of pouring wine when her hands trembled and nearly dropped the bottle. Quickly lowering her eyes after the fact, there's unwillingness and resentment in that look. She couldn't understand why Ditsong would be so cruel to herself. Was it to express his feelings for such a woman? Such a man. He's too ruthless. I already knew this, how can I not? Countless forces on the continent came to visit her, and only the people of the Demon Beast sect and Flower Brothel got to get an audience. The man wearing a green robe replies with a shake of his head. But this Bai Yan really is a lucky one. Turns out she's only a adopted daughter of Lan Yu, while her real mother is the young lady of the medicine sect, and her father the young master of the fairy house. As for herself, it's said that even the princess of the Holy Land would worship Bai Yan like she's her idol. Sighing when mentioning the last bit, the guy sounded jealous. With all three powers related to her, who can ever compare to that Bai Yan anymore? Mu Qing Song clenched her teeth due to the conversation around. It's making her difficult to breathe. She hated Bai Ruo for misleading and sending herself down this hellish road. From a fairy-level existence, she's now a prostitute that has to sleep with filthy men to make a living. Worst off, she's not even allowed to flee due to all the eyes watching her. That's old news, my friend. Another guy in the room chimes in. So what if the three powers are related to her? There's more explosive news that just came into my lap. The fairy house's people are here 5. Oh. The green-robed man looked at him in surprise. Wang Jiang, do you have something we don't know then? Wang Jiang, who was being served by Mu Qing Song, smiled triumphantly, as if he's enjoying the attention from everyone inside the room. That's a given. Didn't I tell you I met someone from the fairy house before when I journeyed around for training? Guess what? That person told me the identity of Bai Yan's husband. Identity? The green-robed man was stunned and got curious. He is the king of the demon realm. Do you get it now? The reasoning for that phenomenon of all animals bowing towards the Lu Hua kingdom is because of Bai Yan's son, not that Bai Ruo's runt. Wang Zhang's attitude was full of disdain when mentioning Bai Ruo's name. Mu Qing Song's face became more pale than ever, causing that smile to disappear altogether. Ditsong is the king of the demon realm? Now it all made sense on why Ditsong would be so dismissive of herself. What grand beauty that man hadn't seen. Why should he bother with herself, who's only the mistress of the Music Valley? Yet, one thing remains unforgivable in this slut's eye, and that was Bai Yan's fortune. Why should someone like that stand above herself? Also, you don't know this, but can you guess why the three powers would all of a sudden have celestial rank masters among their roster? This secret was told to me by that friend from the fairy house. It's because of Bai Yan. She created a special drug called the Divine Goddan Pill for those at a bottleneck. Wang Zhang saw the shocked gazes from all around and felt elated. So, it's only to be expected for such an outstanding woman to marry the king of the demon realm. Clack! The wine jug slipped out of Mu Qing Song's hand and caused the liquid to splash all over her customer's robe. Slut, how dare you! In his rage after being dirted, Wang Jiang jumped up and slaps the lady across the face, sending her crashing down like a fallen leaf. Mu Qing-song's cheek instantly got red and swollen from the impact, but more than that crashing sound was the laughter coming out of her mouth. She's mad, laughing like a crazy lunatic. There's infinite resentment and hatred in those eyes. Bang! The green-robed man also joined his friend and stomped at the hysteric lady. But no matter what the two did to her, Mu Qing-song didn't stop and got louder and louder. What now? Wang Jiang grew a little flustered. He secretly ran out to have fun tonight without his wife knowing. If he drives this woman crazy, then it would blow up. By then, his wife would definitely find out and he would be finished. Quick, go find the nanny to fix this mess. The green-robed man had quick wits and fled for the main hall downstairs. Meanwhile, back on the floor, Mu Qing-song continued to cry and laugh like a crazy lunatic. She had never lost herself like this before. Not when Deetsong abolished her strength, nor did she collapse when Bai Yan threw her into this brothel to service men. But now, after hearing the grand achievements of that hateful woman, Mu Qing-song finally crumbled. She's totally lost. Bai Yan, if there's a next life, if I get another chance, I will definitely steal all of your happiness. I will take everything that you hold dear. The fairy house's people are here. 6. Why can Bai Yan be so happy? And I be so wronged? It's not fair. This world is so unfair. So, if there is a second life, I will definitely take away her happiness and leave her with nothing. Next day, the morning light was just beginning when Bai Yan slowly opened the door and allowed the brightness to land on her gorgeous face. Little Zhuan, so early? She only needed a glance to see the waiting teenager outside. Nangong Zhuan smiles faintly as he replies, I was afraid Shifu would wait too long, so I came at sunrise. Since you are here, then I will hand over these 2 books to you. Bai Yan took out 2 books from her sleeve and offered it over to the teen. Nangong Zhuan, me and Xiachen will wait for you. I hope you can live up to my hopes and find your place among us within 10 years as you promised. With your talent, I know you can do it. Shifu, I will not disappoint. The young man's clear eyes were firm as he vowed in a calm, decisive tone. Bai Yan didn't say anything more and silently patted her student on the shoulder before bypassing the teen. She said all that she needed. Any more would be pointless. Hey! In the distance, the mother could see her twins saying their farewell to Lan Xiaoyun in the courtyard. However, the mother didn't find her eldest by Xiachen. How come Xiachen isn't around? She asks after looking around. Mother. Ling Yan's eyes lit up and threw her tiny body onto the woman's arm. Big brother said he's going to say goodbye to his chubby friend before coming back. That brought a smile to Bai Yan's face. She understood why her boy would do that. After all, in these lands, the chubby kid was one of the few friends since coming into this world. Then we'll wait for him, then we'll leave. Luhua Kingdom. The morning street was quiet and there was no hustle and bustle like in the afternoon. The chubby stood at the door of the Wang's home while speaking to the steam bun. Boss, are you really going to leave again? You only came back yesterday. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Because my mother still needs to find my father. Bai Xiachen lowers his eyes with a moody note. He and Bai Yan didn't know where Deetsong went, so it's a given they would go look for him. The chubby friend almost cried. Boss, when will we meet again? Bai Xiachen's frown tightens as he thought about the question. Then taking out a token from his sleeve, the demon prince hands his friend the item to show what it was. The token was red all over with the word prince engraved on one side. This is identity token my father made for me before. You can use this to enter the demon realm unhindered in the future. If I'm not around and you miss me, you can use this to visit me instead. Bai Xiachen's eyes twinkled with light when facing this precious friend of his. You will always be my best friend in this life. The doors to the demon realm will always be open to you and Nangong Zhuan. Provided that you don't hit on my little sister. Also, you're not allowed to touch Dragony either. The chubby instantly pouted at the last bit. Boss, aren't you too overbearing? Sister Ling Yan is fine since she's our sister, but Dragony isn't even blood related to you. How come I can't go near her? I think Dragony is very cute, so. Bai Xiachen's face suddenly darkened, his little fists clenching into a ball. Wang Xiaoping, if you dare get any funny ideas about Dragony, then I will beat you. The fairy house's people are here. 7. Wang Xiaoping became frightened and couldn't understand why his boss would show such a huge reaction. He's both baffled and surprised along his chubby face, hurrying to take a step back. Boss, I was only joking, really just joking. How can I ever think about hitting on boss's little sister? She is your sister, so she's also my sister. Even if I got 100 balls, I still wouldn't dare. Ahem. Bai Xiachen softly huffs a grunt as he raises his chin proudly. Remember my words, if you go to the demon realm, you are not allowed to have any ideas about Dragony. Otherwise, I will really beat you. I treat you like a brother, but you want to be my brother-in-law? Dream on. I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Wang Xiaoping trembled and gulped. Bai Xiachen's angry appearance was much more terrifying than his father's. His father was at best a little cruel, but Bai Xiachen, there's an overpowering pressure oozing out of his body which left him breathless. Under this kind of coercion, how could he not submit? That's right. The steam bun pats his chubby friend's shoulder like a fine adult. Wang Xiaoping, don't say I didn't warn you ahead of time. To be my brother-in-law, there is a lot of hurdles to overcome. Even if you do pass the trials, there is my little brother an old man, so even with your chubby skin you won't be able to withstand their abuse. You will only eat a bitter melon in the end. Wang Xiaoping scratches the back of his head. Then what about her wanting to marry someone else? How are you going to stop her? Bai Xiachen was silent and fell into deep thought. If Ling Yan wants it, if she likes the guy, I may not necessarily stop it. But if a stinking boy dares to pester her, I will break their legs. That said, the full might of his domineering attitude explodes, revealing the king in the making. And why do you only talk about Sister Ling Yan? Boss, what about Sister Dragony? Can I pursue Dragony in the future? Scram! Bai Xiachen kicks his friend in the butt angrily, all the while making sure he didn't exert too much force. The chubby got all sad and aggrieved in the face. Bai Xiachen, didn't you say that as long as your sister likes it, you won't stop them? Why do you believe Sister Dragony won't pursue someone in the future? I believe in Dragony's taste. She will definitely not look at you. But I can lose weight and become excellent for her sake, boss. Alright, I'll come clean. Since the first time I met Sister Dragony at the fairy house, I've taken a liking to her. The chubby rubs his nose in shy embarrassment. Wang! Xiao! Peng! Bai Xiachen gritted his teeth and crunched that fist. From now on, when your old man beats you, I will also join him and beat you. I will never allow this guy to go after Dragony. Boss, you're overreacting here. Can it be? You also like Sister Dragony? She's not your biological sister, so it's within expectation. I won't blame you for that, boss. In regards to men and women, the chubby was older than his friend, so it's normal for him to understand more. The steam bun snorted in reply. Dragony is my sister, of course I like her too. The fairy house's people are here, 8. That's not what I mean, it's the kind of liking that your father and your mother have. Wang Xiaoping got urgent and began scratching his ears and cheek frantically. The boss is usually such a smart person. How can he be so confused about emotional matters? Wang Xiaoping, Bai Xiachen frowned. You are only a small child, quit talking about lovey-dovey things all day. My mother said it before, early love is wrong and incest love is also wrong. I regard Dragony as my sister and only my sister, not to mention. I only want to keep my mother and sister company. I don't have time for a wife. Going at ease over that explanation, the chubby grins with glee. Boss, if you don't want to marry Dragony, then I will give it a go. After all, I can't take my own brother's woman, but since you don't. Seeing that Bai Xiachen was ready to kick him again, the chubby hurriedly dodged away and cried a grievance. Boss, did you learn this habit of kicking people from your mother? I am wrong. I am really wrong. I will never hit on Dragony again, please spare me. Retracting his leg after that plea, the steam bun huffs and puffs as he spoke. Wang Xiaoping, I'm serious. If in the future you miss me, then you can visit me in the demon realm. I need to leave now. He raises his hand and pats the chubby on the shoulder. As long as you don't hit on my two sisters, then we will be good brothers for life. That instantly caused the chubby to beam with hope in his eyes. The wording of two sisters didn't escape his head. That's to say, if there's a third sister, then it's free game. Boss, to tell you the truth, I really will miss you. Wang Xiaoping wiped some of the tears brewing outward. Promise me you will come see me if you have the time. We haven't seen each other for several years already. When everything is done, I will definitely come back to see you with my mother. Also, I haven't finished the snacks mother made me recently. Here, I'll give them to you. Bai Xiachen reluctantly took out the bottle he prepared for his friend. Without hesitation, the chubby eagerly snatched the present from his boss. Old Pa, look, my boss gave me these Dan pills. What? As soon as Wang Duqiu heard this, he quickly ran out of the estate and locked onto the bottle held in his son's hand. Immediately, his eyes radiated a joyous glow. Quick! Let me see what these can do. As soon as he grabbed the bottle into his possession, the man shamelessly ran back into the home without giving his son a chance to protest. Wang Xiaoping was dumbfounded. These were obviously given to me by my boss. How did I get robbed by my old man? Father, don't eat it all, leave me some. In his haste, the chubby didn't bother to say goodbye to the steam bun and twaddled his round Baelish body into the home to chase after Wang Duqiu. As a result, Bai Xiachen was left hanging in the cool breeze looking all sad and pitiful. What did he say about missing me? Only a bottle of pills and he's already shown his wagging tail? Pursing his lip, the steam bun hung his head in a dejected manner to leave. So it's true, a kid's word is not reliable. From now on I won't believe Wang Xiaoping's lies again. At this moment, Bai Xiachen seems to have forgotten that he was just a child as well. The fairy house's people are here. 9. People came and went on along the street like usual in the day, but this time around their vision was accompanied by the image of Bai Xiachen walking past. Fortunately, the boy had been gone for a few years, thus his face resulted in him not being recognized due to his growth. Otherwise, who knows how long it would take before he made it back to his mother's side. Outside the lawn house, Bai Yin was already waiting there at the doorsteps when the steam bun finally appeared within her view. With a brilliant smile, the demon queen warmly welcomes her eldest with a hug. Did you say farewell to Wang Xiaoping? Bai Xiachen lightly pursed his lips and nodded. You're not happy? Bai Yin furrowed her brows and continued to ask. I'm going to miss this place. Bai Xiachen raised his tearful eyes. Mother, there's too many acquaintances here. There's grandchious, grandfathers, aunties and uncles. There's so many people that I'm going to miss. Bai Yin understood where her boy was coming from and gently comforted him with a pat on the back. In the future, when all the dust has settled, I will accompany you back here, okay? She and Bai Xiachen were different after all. Bai Yan's originally from Earth, whether it be the Holy Land or Luhua Kingdom. It's not the homeland where she grew up. But the steam bun was from these parts. He grew up in the Holy Land and spent a good while in the Luhua Kingdom. It's unsurprising that he's holding attachment to the human world. Sure enough, Bai Xiachen's eyes finally lit up as he donned a brilliant smile. Okay, when father returns, we will resolve all the issues with those enemies. Afterward, I want to stay at the Holy Land for a while before returning here. Bai Yin smiled lightly and spoke in a soft cooing voice. Then let's hurry back to the demon realm. Maybe your father is already waiting for us at home. The steam bun nodded obediently as he snuggled intimately into Bai Yan's arms. Her bodily scent alone was enough to make him particularly relaxed, so this was his comfort zone. Truth is, anywhere you are, mother, is where my home is. Bai Yan's heart trembled without a noticeable trace, but her eyes were already swelling with a thin layer of fluid. She couldn't deny being emotionally moved by that last comment. Before I knew it, he's already up to my waist in height. He's grown so much. Mistress. Just as Bai Yan lets go of her boy, Hua Luo and Fong Yufeng also rushed over from the crowd and stood in obedience to the demon queen. After I went back yesterday, I have selected a group of excellent talents to leave with us today. Hua Luo, the loyal female subordinate, charmingly reports. True to her name, she has a smile like a flower. Also, that Mu Qing Song of the Music Valley I mentioned yesterday, she's died last night. Mu Qing Song's dead? Bai Yan's expression was indifferent to the name. I understand. Since you've both brought the people you want, then we will depart now. Mu Qing Song's death was of no importance to the demon queen. That woman was no more than a blip in her life, hardly worthy to even remember the lady's name if not for her subordinate bringing it back up again. Strangely enough though, why would that person suddenly die after her visit? Grandmother, grandfather. Bai Yin slowly turned around and looked at the gathered members of the lawn house behind themselves. Big cousin, second cousin, Shaun, I'm leaving now. All of you must take care of yourselves until we meet again. I don't know when that will be, but that day won't be too far off. Hell Domain 1. Old Madame Land's heart remains reluctant to let go after the reassurance. This grandmother still had countless words to say. You go, sighing after only mustering up these 2 words. You have things you must do. It's already good enough that you were willing to see us at such a time when you're so busy. Take care. Bai Yan looked deeply at the relatives behind her before slowly turning away for the sunlight with her children in tow. Demon Realm. The sky remains a blood-colored scene as always, giving this world a strange yet enchanting vibe to the uninitiated. Welcome home Queen, Crown Prince, Princess, Second Prince. The guards at the palace gate immediately kneeled and offered their respect to the family. Has Song returned yet? Bai Yan asks after groaning for a second of hesitation. No, Your Highness, the king hasn't returned yet after your departure. The demon guard says with a strong voice of admiration. Growing quiet, the demon queen raises her head towards the crimson-colored sky with a longing look. He hasn't come back yet. Involuntarily, the corners of her lips revealed a bitter shape as gloom gradually formed overhead. Mother! Bai Xiaochen subconsciously sensed the dampened mood and grabbed his mother's hand. Nothing will happen to father, and I will protect you in father's stead. Bai Yan's fingers lightly stroked her eldest's hair. Don't worry about me, sweetie, I believe in your father too. Let's go inside, I'm sure you're all tired. Okay. Bai Xiaochen obediently swung that hand in a jovial manner after that. Demon Mountain, a place perennially shrouded in white light after its inception. Right now a particular lady was sitting at the peak looking bored and in deep thought. Suzaku, Xingyi the Azure Dragon suddenly appeared behind her and sat down as well. Is there something bothering you of late? Suzaku shook her head slightly and turned to the woman behind herself. Even after such a long time, she had not yet gotten used to the fact that Azure Dragon had become a female like herself. I'm wondering if I should tell our mistress where the king has gone. Gently pursing her lips, those eyes are filled with sorrow. You know where the king went? Xingyi's face flashed a trace of surprise. Since you know, then why didn't you tell mistress? Suzaku shook her head and smiled bitterly. The place where the king went is too dangerous. His Majesty has the body of a demon, so he may be able to make it through that difficult road with his sturdy body. But mistress is a human. I fear she might not be able to bear it. Also, the king warned me before leaving that I'm not allowed to tell mistress about this. I have no choice. Perhaps because of the deception and concealment from Bai Yan, Suzaku's look became more and more guilty. Xingyi, do you think I should tell her? If I really don't say and something happens to the king, what would mistress do? She won't ever forgive me. Hell Domain 2. Xingyi's heart shook as her fist tightened into a ball. Inhaling deeply, the dragon lady had to take a moment to calm herself. So you knew where the king went? The place where the king went. It is a domain but not the kind you are used to. There are no countless strong beings in there, so there's no danger involved in that aspect. However, the passage through it is extremely harsh. Suzaku looks up to meet her companion's gaze, those eyes showing an unmistakable fear. This was the first time Xingyi ever seen the phoenix make such an expression. Suzaku had always been calm and charming with the occasional domineering attitude similar to their mistress, but never was there fear. So what your view, Suzaku? Will the king be able to make it through the passage and find what he needs? I don't know. She shakes her head. I just know that those who walk that path will definitely see the most horrid of nightmares inside their heart. Not only that, the effects of that passage will magnify this terror to the limit. If they don't overcome this, the person can never make it out and die in there. Suzaku's face had gotten a little pale due to the mere thought of Bai Yan possibly going through such a trial. More importantly, the person who created this domain is the ancestor of our demon realm. That demon held a deep hatred for humankind because a human woman stole her beloved man. If one of our kin goes through, then it's still bearable on our physical body, but if mistress attempts the feat, the strain is unimaginable. That's why the king threatened me before he left. His Majesty doesn't want mistress chasing after him. Now Xingyi finally understood why her friend would be so scared of that place. If the likes of themselves still had the chance of perishing merely by entering the passage, what are the odds of Bai Yan ever making it through? Obviously slim to none. What are we going to do? Xing Yi's expression sank. If the queen finds out about it, she would definitely. Suddenly, the dragon lady's voice stopped as she jolted around to stare at the oncoming figure from below the peak. Suzaku came back to her senses first and quickly got up from the rock she was lying on. When did the queen appear? Why didn't I sense anything? Say, Suzaku, Xing Yi, what are you hiding from me? Bai Yan's lips curved upwards into a smirk, but that smile only made the two in question pour out a layer of cold sweat. How much did mistress hear? Suzaku. Bai Yan narrowed her eyes in at the source and got a shiver as response. I'll give you another chance to confess. Where did Deetsong go? Suzaku's face turned deathly pale as cold sweat flowed down the corner of her forehead. Mistress, I can't say. If she had said it, her mistress would have desperately chased after her husband. By then she might never return. Won't say? A cold glint appeared in Bai Yan's eyes. Suzaku, although I haven't remembered everything yet in the past life, but I do know you've been following me since you were born. So what am I to you? Are you going to not listen to even my words? Suzaku stumbled backwards, her teeth clattering due to the nervous wreck that was her heart. Hell Domain 3. Even if you don't say, I will still go find Deetsong. Regardless of the place, regardless of the time, I will search every corner of the multiverse to find him. Bai Yan raised her eyes slightly and stared deeply into the Phoenix woman's gaze. Are you sure you want to waste my time like this? Or do you not believe I can find him on my own? Mistress, please don't ask me, Suzaku cried out quickly. I really can't tell you. Plus, the creator of that place has a deep hatred for mankind. If a human go, then it's certain death. Bai Yan pricked her lips into a snarling sneer over the danger. Did you forget something? Aside from being a human, I'm also the queen of the demon realm, the wife of Deetsong. Every time I am in danger, it is always my husband who disregards the danger and protect me from the threat. This time it's my turn to protect him. Suzaku, tell me where that place this instant. I'm ordering you. Watching Bai Yan walk closer and closer towards herself, Suzaku's heart flew into endless panic. Turning for help from the dragon lady next to herself, she pleaded with those eyes like a puppy. Mistress, the king will certainly be all right, you? Xing Yi was just about to speak up as well when Bai Yan's footing stumbled to a halt. Without signal, the demon queen coughs out a mouthful of blood and scared the daylights out of the two. Mistress! Mistress! Suzaku and Xing Yi exclaimed in horror, their faces anxious and frantic. Bai Yan's hand squeezed her own chest until it started hurting. Then closing her eyes, the woman suddenly discovered something shocking. Her connection with Deetsong has been broken. In order to prevent her from escaping his side, Deetsong forcibly signed a contract with her back then. They've already broke it once due to a misunderstanding before, so the feeling was not new. This was definitely what happened. The contract is gone, Bai Yan says with deathly white complexion. The connection between me and Deetsong is gone. Suzaku's eyes widened in shock. How is it possible? Who can break the contract created by the king? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She shook her head in panic, those legs retreating like an unhinged person who had the world crash over her head. If something does happen to the king, what would happen to the mistress? She will be sad beyond measure. Suzaku! Bai Yan lifted Suzaku's collar and confronted her subordinate. Even up to this point, are you still going to remain silent? The Phoenix woman fell into a daze in that instant. Watching that furious face, her enchanted complexion turned green as those lips quivered. Where the king went? It's the hell domain. Because the domain is like hell itself, us demons will face a lot of difficulties as well. For humans, you will be tortured beyond belief, both physically and mentally. Only a few ever made it out of the hell domain. Tell me, how do you get to this hell domain? The corners of her mouth were still covered with blood, but the light in her eyes was full of anger and anxiety. The divine lord who created up the hell domain back then is a demon here, so it's within the demon realm. Mistress, can I go with you? It's too dangerous. I can't let mistress go alone. I'm coming too. Xing Yi shot over and yelled. Hell domain 4. You two stay in the demon realm and watch over everyone. I alone am enough to head into the hell domain. If the danger posed by the place was so great that even Deetsong couldn't handle, then there's no point in bringing others along. They wouldn't be able to help, which mean unnecessary casualties. So this time she was going to go alone. But, no, it's an order. Bai Yan's voice was loud and authoritative. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, she turns to Suzaku. Take me to the entrance of that hell domain now. Afterward, return and watch over everyone. I believe with the 4 of you and the demon elders, no one will be able to threaten you guys to the point it's unmanageable. Suzaku's body trembled, her face gradually growing solemn and pained. Yes, mistress, I will definitely protect the little ones in your absence. Also, the Phoenix lady pauses like she's sobbing. Mistress must bring back the king and return to us safely. Bai Yan didn't say much more since her heart was a total mess after the connection with her husband was gone. Hell Domain. As the name suggests, a cold blast of wind hit the demon queen in the face the moment she stepped through the portal. It's bone-chilling to the point even her current strength was barely enough to keep her from freezing over. I wonder where Deetsong is. Bai Yan lowered her eyes, staring down at the white expanse of the world around. Then an idea hit her like spark. Suzaku said the only way to make it through is by walking. If Deetsong is still waiting for me, I will find him no matter the difficulty of the road up ahead. One step, that's all that was needed to feel something sharp scraping against her soul. It's at a spiritual level, therefore no shoe could deny this pain. Then came the rain as if on cue. These droplets of water approached her in piercing fashion. It's almost enough to break through her defenses and ripple holes into her flesh. Bai Yan naturally fell into shock by the magnitude of danger this passage possessed. The ground scraped her feet, the temperature cold enough to freeze, and the rain were bullets that wanted to poke holes into her. Without delay, she promptly drew her Godslayer and began repelling anything she could. Sadly, there's no chance she would be able to stop all of the droplets with a mere sword. Before long, her whole figure had become a bloodied mess. Not lethal, but the surface layer of the skin had become roughed up hard. As the complexion grew worse due to the excessive blood loss, Bai Yan's movement grew slower and slower with each passing minute. Then it dawned on her. Trying to protect herself like this was pointless. The droplets would cut her skin, yes, but it's not enough to break through her actual flesh and bone if she continued to put up resistance with her energy. Therefore, after a second of deliberation, the demon queen withdrew her Godslayer and trekked forward. No armor, no weapon, simply herself. Bai Yan felt so tired and hurt during this arduous journey. She doesn't know how long she's been walking, nor the time of day. One thing's for sure though, if not for the alchemic healing elixirs in her possession, there would be no way she could have done this and died from the pain alone. It explains why Suzaku and Deetsong would be hesitant to tell her about this hell domain. It's not somewhere a human should come, ever. Hell Domain 5. Even Bai Yan didn't know how long she had been gone from her family. It felt like centuries slow. And then it happened during her low moments. Instead of the dark raining environment of ice, she saw a light up ahead. Looking surprised, the demon queen subconsciously covered her eyes to adjust to this change. Surely but slowly, she trudged forward despite the wrong feeling she had about this light source that's similar to a rising dawn. For one thing, the beaming sunlight was too red to be normal. And like she suspected, the second she stepped out of the raining bullets, the suspicion was confirmed by what she saw. Ahead was a sea of fire. The whole ground burned with molten lava to pave her next path. Shuddering inwardly at the concept of this cruel passage, the creator of this domain has a sick personality. First it was ice and now it's fire? Closing her eyes, she recalls back to her man's evil and roguish appearance to reaffirm that conviction. Slowly forming a smirk. Deetsong, wait for me, I will definitely find you and bring you home. Everyone is still waiting for us at home. After muttering herself, she didn't hesitate and lifted her now bare feet to cross this flaming sea. Easy. The sharp searing pain hit her hard, sending Bai Yan's entire figure into a pyre of heat. Whatever skin she had left before was gone, leaving this woman with nothing but bone and open flesh. True to its name, this hell domain was dishing out punishment worthy of the real deal. Who could survive being burned alive like this? No normal human could. If Bai Yan wasn't a powerful being herself, she would have turned to ash in the first second. Stumbling and swaying like a ghoul, Bai Yan's awareness was degrading faster than ever. Before the raining bullets and ice were already bad enough, but this had gone beyond simple cruelty. Then right as she's about to fall and perish, a surge of unwillingness swelled up from within. Physically and mentally she was done, drained and depleted. But willpower had always been her strong suit. Knowing her own failure was unbearable than anything in this world. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yan's ghoulish body continued to shakily crawl forward. She could no longer walk, but continuing like an animal wasn't beyond her pride if it meant saving her husband. Of course this method won't last either. Thankfully not all was lost. Realizing she still had some elixirs left in her storage ring, the woman promptly summoned one out to sip through the jaws due to her lips being incinerated. I mustn't give up, I mustn't stop. For him going through ice and fire is nothing. Time passed like an eternity in this second trial, for there's no sensation of time anymore. When will this end? Will I ever see Ditsang again? Her conviction was firm, but crawling for so long left Bai Yan with a hinge of doubt that anyone would have. What if her body had already been destroyed and only her soul remains? She wouldn't know with her current condition. Feeling the fear creeping into her bones, the woman crawled even faster, thus expending her energy further. Then right as her view was about to fade into a blur, the sea of flames disappeared as well like a broken clock. Everything simply stopped. Hell Domain 6. Hot. So hot. Bai Yan awoke to this burning heat despite having just left the sea of fire. Why do I still feel hot? Her eyelashes fluttered as her consciousness slowly came back to reality. Uncomfortable, she wiggled around wanting to move, but found her arms and legs tied firmly to a pillar. Her whole body had been chained to this thing and couldn't move. Kill her. Kill this woman. Lest she harm our celestial realm in the future. There was a cacophony of noises coming from below. Bai Yan lowered her and stared at the crowd showing at her from below. The last strand of days instantly dispersing once she got a better look. Wasn't I supposed to be in the Hell Domain? Why am I back in the celestial realm? Moreover, everything in front of her was more of a déjà vu. It's like she had experienced this all before. Do you have any last words to give? A gloomy and indifferent voice came from the side. Turning her head slight, Bai Yan's eyes were instantly welcomed by the familiar face that made her expression darken. Keeper Ling? You're supposed to be dead, why are you still here? Keeper Ling was obviously dead. She killed the old guy with her own 2 hands. Therefore it didn't make sense, none of this made sense. And this scene a thuf she could recall everything in clarity, but she's heard of this mentioned before. 1,000 years ago, she was robbed of her amulet All Heaven by Yun Ruashi, the old witch who framed her for being the disaster that's going to befall the celestial realm. Because of that, these keepers of the celestial palace abandoned her and planned to execute her for crimes that she never committed. Impudent wench. Keeper Ling's voice was cold and unkind. Lass, I have a message to tell you so you can die in peace. Today is going to be the marriage date between Ruashi and the celestial lord. He has promised to take her hand so you can forget about help coming. Also, your grandfather is also unconscious due to our interference. There's no one left to save you anymore. Bai Yan's heart ached the moment that news fell over her head. She didn't have any feelings for Chui God. But this feeling was obviously from her previous self. Though unwilling to admit it, the bond she shared with that man wasn't weak. It may not be love, but it's definitely at the level of a family member or older brother. What does his marriage have to do with me? Bai Yan ticks her lips into a snarling smirk like she didn't care. Surprised and taken aback, Keeper Ling thought his message would destroy any life left in this girl. After all, she had always tailed the celestial lord from years past. It only made sense that it would hurt. Why the indifference now? Lass, you can stop feigning indifference already. I know how much emotions you have for the celestial lord. Your lies cannot fool me. It's too bad we may have admired and liked you due to your talent, but you're going to be the scourge of this world. We cannot overlook the threat you pose. Keeper Ling's frosted gaze then fell upon Bai Yan's face like he's ready to begin the execution. So don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame, then blame your own destiny. Nightmare 1. Her face was slightly cold, and her gaze swept over everyone present with a sneering smirk. Is it because I forgot this scene that's why I have to repeat it again to remember? Burn her. The noise below came again, and the flames surrounding herself answered that call and burned brighter and hotter. In light of the encroaching flames, Bai Yan's appearance doesn't yield or submit. In retrospect, the fire from the hell domain hurts way more. This meant nothing after all she's gone through. Lass, do you have any last words to confess? Or do you have a message for your grandfather? Keeper Xian, the kindest of the bunch, sighs helplessly, his appearance reluctant and apologetic. Towards Bai Yan, he's always had a good opinion until recent times. But for the sake of the celestial realm, he too was willing to sacrifice this one person for peace. It's a pity that such a genius, if it weren't for the disaster she would bring to the celestial realm in the future, we would really be reluctant to execute her. Bai Yan quietly chuckles at their shamelessness. I will return again in the future, so what message is there to say? You scums better treat my grandfather well. Otherwise, when I return in my next life, I will have you all die in the celestial realm. None will ever know peace. Keeper Xian's pupils contracted sharply, his heart shuddering profusely at that proclaim and vow. So it's true, they weren't wrong about you. You're the disaster of the celestial realm. Humph, this proves we are right in our decision today. The fault is your own for what's happening. Keeper Ling Yan roars in anger, his face red and burning. Already enveloped in fire by this point, Bai Yan doesn't scream nor plead, only smiling brilliant like their words were jokes. Boom! Suddenly, a powerful force blasted over from the side, causing the Demon Queen's body to go stiff as she turned to peer at the source. It's a face of anxiety, a worried look, and an all too familiar face she's been yearning to see. Silver hair, purple-robed, and an air of dominance that could overshadow any competition in this world. The Demon King makes his entrance. Deetsong. Tears blurred Bai Yan's eyes as she wept at that stunning contour. She wanted to be in his arms, and that's exactly what the man did. Blowing apart the chains binding the woman, the Demon King swept his wife into a princess hold and glared down at the crowd who dared to harm the love of his life. Today, who dares to touch my woman? The man's tone was domineering, coming down with an anvil that smashed into everyone's already shocked heart. Demon King, how dare you come to our celestial realm? Keeper Ling narrowed his eyes in and sneered. Our two realms are inherently hostile to one another. Now that you dare to barge in here, then you can forget about leaving. Execute them both together. Nightmare too. Ha ha ha. Deetsong laughed wildly, his red lips rising into a mocking grin at Keeper Ling and his peers in front. With only you? His voice was dismissive, and the taunts were unabashedly echoing across the open field. The contempt in the man's eyes enraged Keeper Ling, who was already quite irate to begin with. Yes, with only me. Ha! I've been quite patient with the celestial realm due to her sake, and now you're so pompous that you want to trap me? No one can stop me, not you, and not the useless garbages behind you. If I want to protect someone and take them with me, nothing can stop me. The man's hand tightly wrapped around Bai Yan's waist as he softly whispered into her ear. Don't worry. No one can hurt you anymore. No one can hurt you anymore. Bai Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble a few times as she rested her eyes with comfort knowing he's around. Whether in a past life or in this life, this man would always protect her. There were many masters of the celestial realm present today due to the summoning, and they all wanted their heads. Knowing this, Bai Yan wanted to help but was promptly stopped by Deetsong's unyielding and protective hand. He's wholeheartedly intent on doing this alone while she rests. And like that, the Demon King carved a path of blood as he walked out of the execution grounds in broad daylight. Whomever foolish enough to attack him was promptly slain in a single strike, and those cowardly enough to back off didn't do a thing. A true war god. A demonic and undefeatable being of glory. Right now on this day, Deetsong makes his stand to stomp in the faces of these scums of the celestial realm. For a millennium, they would never forget the humiliation of this battle. It's also one of the reasons they never dared to invade and annihilate the Demon Kin. They feared this man to the core. Keeper Xian, let's go up together and kill them. Keeper Ling's expression grew increasingly more ugly, as their forces gradually diminished under that onslaught. He's ready to explode and decides to act in person by mustering up his powers for a powerful strike. This was the opening he's been waiting for by throwing his subordinates in there despite knowing their actions were futile. The grumpy keeper wanted Deetsong to turn sideways and be distracted, which was exactly when he attacked. Unfortunately, that too was a foolish idea. Knowing these shameless scums would never fight fairly, The Demon King always kept an eye out for his back in case a sneak attack came. Sure enough, in the second where Keeper Ling came at him, Ditsong swung around and sent a whirlwind kick in counter. A devastating kick versus a simple palm strike, anyone could tell which had the further reach and power. Slamming into the flaming pillar that had been used to execute Bai Yan, Keeper Ling throws up a mouthful of blood before looking up in shock. How can this be? When did the king of the demons have such strength? Girl, we're going. Ditsong's hands tighten around Bai Yan's injured waist, so that she doesn't fall off by mistake before flying off into the horizon. Those who wanted to stop him didn't dare to do anything. They saw exactly what happened to Keeper Ling. If that guy got defeated with a single kick, what chance would they have? No one likes to die, and no one likes to die for nothing. Keeper Ling. Keeper Xian and the others quickly ran over to help their peer up. What's going on? When did Ditsong's strength increase again? Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the grumpy old man darkens in the face. He likely used a forbidden technique to temporarily raise his strength. It won't last long, and afterwards he will be weakened. Send our people out and pursue them, they can't get far like this. Damn that Ditsong, accursed demons. Why are those beasts always butting heads with us everywhere? I will never let them go. Inside a valley, Ditsong crashed into the ground after losing elevation from the sky. He couldn't fly anymore like the grumpy keeper suspected. What's more, he also got injured in the side during the exchange with the old scum there despite winning with his kick. You don't need to be afraid, I'll protect you. Bai Yan's heart quivered with pain at the condition he's in. Ditsong, you're injured?